Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me
good morning
also.
and welcome. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ruth.
No, I forgot to say that we are actually recording this meeting. We usually do a recording and a transcript. The recording will be uploaded to that website I just showed you, hanford.gov. But I want you to know that you're being recorded. Dan?
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the November 2021 Hanford Advisory Board Tank Waste Committee meeting. My name is Stan Branch. I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role provides policy-level advice and recommendations concerning the following specific, site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear fuel materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications. I appreciate your attendance today and look forward to the Hanford Advisory Board's Tank Waste Committee's development and submission of constructive, actionable policy-level advice on the Hanford cleanup. Thank you and welcome. Look forward to a constructive meeting today. Back to you, Ruth.
So next up, Bob Suyama, your chair, is going to give you an overview for both new members and returning members. We invited everybody to all the committee meetings this week so that people could get a taste of the committees and what they do. And so Bob is going to give you a quick overview of what the heck does the Tank Waste Committee do. Bob?
Okay. And I would invite everybody to sign in chat when you join us. This is our record of who's attending the meetings. With that, you'll see that on the screen is the leadership, the current leadership of the Tank Waste Committee. I'm the chair, and I represent Benton County on the board. Susan Leckband is our chair, and she's the the League of Women Voters representative on the board. And so the next slide, please. Basically, what the Tank Waste Committee's charter is, if you look in the process manual, is we are the group on the HAB that kind of watches over the activities that are concerned with the tank waste. There's a varying number of 53 to 56 million gallons of tank waste in about 144 tanks out there. And so that's a pretty big challenge to the site. Right now, the primary focus of the site is to start treating the low activity waste that's in the tanks. But we also watch over the tanks themselves. Many of them are 40 years past their design life. Some have leaked, some are leaking, and the rest are probably going to leak sometime in the future. So there's the leaking tanks, there's the waste in the tanks that we're trying to help DOE stabilize. And you'll hear the term direct feed law, or DF law, and that is the project right now that is focusing on immobilizing the low activity waste directly into glass logs. And so yesterday, if you were part of the RAP committee meeting, you heard about a lot of facilities that are supporting the direct feed law mission. And there's the whole site basically is trying to get in a footing to be operational to address this waste. So basically, there are two technical committees. One is the Tank Waste Committee, and the other one is the River and Plateau Committee, the RAP. The focus of the Tank Waste Committee is the waste in the tanks and addressing how we're going to stabilize that waste and store it for the long term. All the rest of the site is kind of the focus of the RAP committee, and all the activities that are with not in the scope of the Tank Waste Committee, and a lot of the activities that are going on to support the tank waste mission are all located or being watched over by the RAP. So that means that there are a lot of topics that are joint between both committees. And Tom, Cecilia, and I kind of work to make sure that we have a coordinated approach to those briefings. So as a new HAB member, you can belong to two committees, plus the Public Information Committee, which is the PIC. Everybody's a member of the PIC. So after you have a chance to look at what we did yesterday and what we're going to do today, you could send a message to Ruth or Josh and say, I want to be on this committee or that committee, and they'll add you to the list. So I think that kind of covers what I had to say about the Tank Waste Committee. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them of me, Ruth, or any of the other members. Usually questions that you have, you type into chat, or you put your name in a queue that Ruth maintains that will bring you up and give you a chance to speak. So, Ruth.
Right. So yeah, so it's a function of doing online meetings that we use the chat as basically the raise your hand function. I have a question, I have a comment. You will see in chat periodically, I'll type in something, it'll start with the letter Q because I don't spell it out. And you'll see the names of people who want to join the conversation. One of the quirks of online meetings is they don't go as quickly as in-person meetings because we kind of have a little bit of trouble seeing each other. Body language is a little tricky. And if more than one of us talks at the same time, we actually lose the communication. We don't hear it. So it goes a little bit slower than an in-person meeting. I will check in with the folks on the phone periodically because it's harder for them to raise their hand and get my attention. If you are on the phone, *6 is what unmutes you. So I have the power to mute everybody in the event we have strange background noise. You yourselves are the only ones who have the power to unmute yourself. So if you're online, look for that little microphone or speaker to toggle yourself back on. On the phone, *6 will get you into the game. I will try to keep the queue list as accurate as possible. If you have technical problems and can use the chat, Josh and I can help you if something's not working right for you. One of the quirks about meetings is no agenda survives first encounter with a group. So there are some changes today, not huge, but I want to let you know kind of what we're going to tackle today. First, we're going to adopt the August meeting minutes, not the May and August. May is already taken care of. Well, announcements, things that you want to share with the group. We have 2 presentations from the Department of Energy, one on the Phasegate process and one on the SX tank farms. and tank integrity. There isn't a formal presentation on the test bed initiative. Instead, after the discussion on draft advice on tank leaks, which is after lunch, here, let me copy down to the afternoon. So after lunch, we've got a chunk of time, like 2 hours chunk of time, to talk about the draft advice on tank leaks. After the break, at the front end of open forum, Brian Harkins will be with us for a short bit to talk about TBI and the upcoming public meeting. Not a formal presentation, but a time to be able to ask him questions. And then committee business. One of the things that's going to be important is because committees are meeting quarterly, is to get ahead of the curve and have topics and framing questions for your next meeting at this meeting, so that the TPA agencies have what they need to go put together the information that you have requested. So I know it's only November and we really haven't had Thanksgiving yet, but we're actually going to think about February at the end of the meeting. Questions on what the agenda is looking like today? Anyone?
I guess I would like to have the opportunity to start putting names and faces and voices together. So if you do speak, it'd be nice if you have a camera, you can turn your camera on so we can start recognizing who people are. I know the virtual meeting is a real challenge, but one of these days we might get back to having real meetings, and it'd be nice to be able to say, hello, I know who you are. So turn your cameras on, share your face with us if you could.
Got the NAS update. But yeah, note to self.
And then I guess I would like to stress this afternoon session. We're going to go back over the leaking single shell tank advice. We presented it at the last board meeting and gathered up all of the comments that we had. It wasn't a board meeting that we could actually approve anything. So what we did was just presented the concept and the way the advice was written at the time. Since that time, the issue manager group has gotten together and turned out a new version that incorporated those changes. And that was in your packet. And what it has to do today is get through the committee, get our blessing on the advice so it can go to next month's Hanford Advisory Board, the full board meeting, and be approved. So it's key that we look at it, and I know there's already comments on it. So we did put aside quite a bit of time to make sure we get through that. So I encourage everybody to participate this afternoon. Thank you. Okay.
Right. So with that, are there any announcements before we jump into the Phasegate process?
Okay. I guess we need to approve
Oh,
the
yes.
August meeting minutes.
Oh, here we go.
It was
Thank
also,
you.
it was sent out with the packet. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to review it. Ruth or Josh, did we get any comments back? Any corrections?
Nothing
Josh?
was sent to me.
Yeah,
So,
we didn't receive any.
okay. Here's your chance to comment on the August meeting minutes. Any comments out there from the membership? Okay, hearing none, I would say that we approved these mini minutes for August. The meeting minutes and all the presentations, when Ruth was showing you at the start of the meeting, they're all in hanford.gov. And if you go to August's meeting for the Tank Waste Committee, you'll see all of that information. So, oh, Ruth's stepping through it. So you go to committee meeting minute information and click on the Tank Waste Committee, and you should see all of the information from past meetings.
So you'll see there's the recordings, the agenda, all of the handouts and presentations. For example, for this meeting, the presentations that we're going to see today are up there, and so you can see them again.
Okay. So we're already starting to run a little behind. Okay. So usually the Tank Waste Committee likes to follow the direct feed law, and we usually ask for a critical path update at every meeting. So today's meeting, we're going to be briefed on something called the waste treatment plant Phasegate process. And I'm anxious to find out more about that. But it is a way that DOE uses to track the progress of the various projects going on. So, Joe, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks, Bob.
It's all yours.
Great. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. As Bob mentioned, my name is Joseph Renovitz. I'm a startup engineer for the department for the DF Law program. And I've been on the waste treatment plant project for 11 years this March. I've enjoyed living in the Tri-Cities for the last 14 years and have really been engaged in the nuclear industry over the last 25, mostly in operations and maintenance, including San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, as well as Energy Northwest just down the street. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to present today the Phasegate process and really how we're going to use this tool to shift the Hanford site from construction and I'll say ad hoc based activity culture to an integrated one. Next slide, please. So I'll be presenting an overview of the Phasegate process and how and we're using it in addition to the integration that's already occurring across the site contractors and the department. This presentation is really to describe each phase and how we build on prior phases to ultimately reach hot commissioning at the direct feed low activity waste facility and the program itself. As Bob mentioned, there's many facilities that support this this effort, as well as processes and people and paper. So we'll talk a little bit about the gate process, but it's I'll say it's a more typical crawl, walk, run. This is a new process for the Hanford site. And I'll touch on what this process does and does not, as well as the 4 specific gates that we have established and their current status. Next slide, please.
Next gate.
All right, so what is the Phasegate process? So what we have done is we divided the project into phases accompanied with decision points called gates. Like I said, I'll specifically discuss each of those 4 gates, but really want to talk about what the process is and how it goes from gate to prerequisite down all the way down to lines of inquiry to support movement through these phases. So first, how do we determine what a gate is? Our philosophy was it's a point of no return before we commit, say, a major piece of capital equipment like a melter, or we introduce radiological constituents. You know, those are points of no return. We can't go back. We can't undo it. So before we cross that, you know, that line, that demarcation, we want to make sure that, you know, everyone's ready to support moving into that next phase. So for each gate, the department has identified prerequisites to pass through that gate and what needs to be met prior to approval for passage. So what goes into prerequisite validation? And I talked about the next step being lines of inquiry, really specific, down in the weeds. What are we going to go look at, verify, validate to support each one of those prerequisites is met? They could include timing of permits. We worked well with the state and are really trying to prioritize permit approvals and content. The interface and handoff between contractors. We have several contractors on the site that all perform various functions, and are all those functions aligned with future operations of the site? Medical support, training at Hammer, those kinds of things. We talk about a holistic approach. DOE plays a role in that. So not only is the contractor going to move in some cases 24/7 or weekend support with continued operations, but the department itself has oversight responsibility that doesn't stop on Friday afternoon. It goes into the weekend, it goes in nights based on evolutions that are performed. So the holistic approach looks at all the contractors as well as the department's ability to support 24/7 operations. And I talked about some of the things it does not. This Phasegate does not replace or duplicate existing readiness processes. I'll talk a little bit about more on the next slide, because there are some established readiness processes that are very particular to nuclear facilities or nuclear activities. Sure, I'm on the right page here. And with that, we talk about it includes everybody, from all the prime contractors, the regulators, stakeholders, to work together towards success at DFLAW. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some existing activities that occur on site before the Phasegate was stood up. I mentioned permitting and the importance of working with the state to prioritizing permits, with whether it's health or ecology, and getting those approved. We have interface readiness plans, which are really those describe how the contractors are going to integrate with each other. If I have to provide water, how much water do I have to provide? Well, that requires input from other contractors. Or if I have to provide electricity, specifically to DFLAW, how much electricity does one contractor need to provide to the other? So those plans describe the procedures and pieces like that. Operational readiness checklist. Bechtel is turning on the first melter. We'll have to verify within their contract scope that they're ready to energize that melter, and they'll have a checklist that they'll work through to make that happen. And then the readiness assessments are more specific to nuclear activities. The tank size season removal just went through theirs. DFLAW, WTP will go through theirs. But all these pieces, I'll say they don't integrate. They're very specific to a contractor or very specific to an interface point. The Phasegate was really trying to encompass all those components that aren't covered in those four bubbles, the smaller bubbles. Specifically, do we have enough staffing on site? Do we have the spare parts so the electrical contractor can provide electricity to the melter, as we can't turn them off once they're energized for very long? Do we have the right budget allocations and the timeliness activities are appropriate? We talked about critical path earlier, and are those activities that are on the critical path still progressing even though in their future, are they progressing as they should be to support melter heat up or introduction of radiological constituents? We know as we move to 24/7 operations and winter's coming, are the roads going to be cleared at 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning to make sure the operators can get to the site to relieve their shift? So there's a lot of changing conditions, things that aren't covered by those four smaller bubbles. We're trying to pull together and make sure that all contractors and DOE have those things identified and that they're on a success path to support that that information. Next slide, please. So how does this process work? Right? How do we use it? And how do we affirm that the Hanford is ready? So as I mentioned, the prerequisites are determined for each gate. The lines of inquiry are developed in concert with the contractor to make sure those prerequisites are satisfied. Once the contractor provides my team, I have 5 people on my team with over 100 years of nuclear Hanford experience. And my team reviews each contractor and even some of the DOE verifications that are provided to us, and reviews those. If the contractor communicates any gaps or risks, we review those individually and holistically, where maybe they're compounding and we need to raise them up because they're, one contractor could be driving another contractor, their schedule out, or some risk to that effect. And at the end of the day, we provide a recommendation to senior leadership. I'll write to Brian Vance through the DFLAW program manager, Tom Fletcher. So even though the contractor may identify some gaps, or those gaps may be tied to future gates, we document those and make sure that contractors working those to get them closed adequately in accordance with the different gates that they're associated with. So 30 days prior to the gate date, which may be tied to a specific activity like melter heat up or start of hot commissioning at DFLAW, we'll provide a summary from the contractors, and it's based on, like I said, contractor self-evaluation and identify gaps and risks, as well as my team's review. And then ultimately we'll go to the Hanford manager. Next slide, please. So what you notice is, I talked about points of no return. These are the 4 main gates. And with the exception of the first one, there is no going back. Melter 1 heat up, melter 2 heat up, and hot operations are things we can't take back once we start. So those are very important. Specific to gate 1, this was a pilot gate, if you will. Can the site support 24/7 ops? Do the procedures and do the scopes of work and the budgets support 24/7 operations? So it gave the contractors an opportunity to work through the LOI development process, to provide the evidence, and give my team the first cut at reviewing it and providing that recommendation all the way to Brian Vance. So the passage of gate 1 was approved in July of 2021. All the contractors affirmed that they were ready to support 24/7 operations. The next one we're working on, which is right around the corner, is melter 1 heat up. Those are under review currently, with the decision expected hopefully by the end of this month, if not late next month. And then gate number 3, again, melter number 2 heat up before we move to energize, major capital item. Do we have the spare parts? Do we have the capability to add a second melter with effluent management or water needs, electrical, air needs, those types of things provided by the other contractors, increase in staffing and so forth. And then lastly is, moving into hot operations and addition of radiological constituents. That's obviously going to change the posture of a lot of the site as we start moving those radiological liquids from tank farms to the DFLAW, and then the disposal of containers, the disposal of secondary effluents. Do we have the permits and things? And we're even looking at those now. Will we have those when we need them to support hot operations? And next slide, please. So lastly, the key takeaways are, this is an effective management tool to help really integrate across the site for the contractors to start having discussions that maybe they haven't had yet, or to help identify any gaps or risks to each of these gates and get those addressed and communicate as the department understands the risks moving forward. We're going to enhance integration. We have some integration that currently exists, but with the changing site conditions and site culture that's needed, we need additional integration among the contractors because they're so interdependent on each other. We talked about the additional opportunities for a self-check, to have a 3,000 or 30,000 foot view of themselves and how they're preparing for these different gates, or just the site operations in general. And I talked about plant, people, and paper. Are all those things reviewed and demonstrated to support these gates? And lastly, affirming mission need and project approach by both the contractor and the department. That's all I have.
Right. So for our new folks, our habit is when one of the TPA agencies presents information, we then check in with the other two TPA agencies. Presentations most often come from DOE, but not always. So at this point, we check in with the regulators. For the Tanks Committee, ecology is the regulator. EPA rarely comes to Tanks meetings. So that's the sequence, and then we go to questions. So if you have a question or a comment, let me know in chat, and I will put you in the queue, and we will go from there. If you're on the phone, we will check with you to see if you have questions as well. Before we do that, we're going to go to Dan McDonald. Are you with us, Dan?
I am, Ruth. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Thanks, Joe, for your presentation. A little background for folks who may not be familiar with the Phasegate process. Phasegate process has been used in industry for a very long time. It is a seminal project management protocol that's used. The project management body of knowledge, 6th edition, says basically that at each gate, a decision to continue, to modify, or terminate can be made. In this particular case, Joe is emphasizing the fact that all of the decisions made at the gate are designed to help us continue, and that's a good thing. The easiest way to help you understand what the Phasegate process looks like, imagine a cattle drive. Imagine that cattle drive coming into a variety of corrals, and it's the cowboys' goal to get all of the cows through that gate so they can be counted. Each of the phases, each of the gates have certain criteria sets that are required to be met, as Joe has talked about. Those may be supply chain, they may be logistics, they may be technical, they may be permitting. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and if you were to take a conceptual work breakdown structure and turn it upside down, you'd see all the list of details that need to be required to go through each one of those steps. And that's what Joe is indicating here. At each of those phases, there is a gate, and that gate cannot be passed until a series of criteria are met to the satisfaction of all parties involved. And once that gate has been gone through, if you will, as Joe says, there's no turning back. We go on from there. And the goal is to, one, first characterize the gates significantly in such a way as Joe has shown on this particular slide. Secondly, characterize the need for each of the phases and all of the criteria and requirements necessary to ensure that that gate can be passed through successfully. So the fact that it's being applied here with DOE, I think is a good thing, and I'm really appreciative that they're not considering modification or termination on any of these gates. It's all about pass-through, and that's a good thing. So for those of you who feel like you want more information, the project management body of knowledge, what's called the PMBOK, has information in there about the Phasegate process. You can find it online. There's a variety of good descriptions and characterizations about that. What I'm sure Joe is concerned about, and we are too, is to ensure that all of the relevant criteria are built at each of these gates, so we ensure that as we go through these gates, we can make sure that the phase is complete. We haven't left anything behind. The other thing to consider too is it's not just, if you will, present day stuff. As I mentioned about supply chain issues, now and then we have a material change out that we have to have a valve or a pump or something like that. Those are part and parcel of this, because what we have found in projects of this size is that the smallest thing can kick us in the knees if we're not careful. So we have to make sure material, we have to make sure personnel, we have to make sure cost, we have to make sure permitting, a variety of things need to be included to make sure that everything is managed. So the important thing, if you have questions for Joe, would be to ask, are you sure that you have all of the appropriate and relevant requirements and criteria built in such a way that you can prove that once the gate is passed, you don't need to go back? I think Phasegate processing is a good idea. I agree that it doesn't take place of anything else. It's something else that we can use going forward. So I appreciate the idea, Joe, that you and your guys are starting to use it. That's a good thing. Ruth?
All right. So feel free to ask a question of Joe or Dan, if it makes sense or if it doesn't. If something's confusing you, ask. I have two people in queue. I have Bob and Tom Carpenter. Bob?
Yes. So, excuse me. Thank you, Joe. Guy in here. The Tank Waste Committee's been kind of following the critical path. This looks like a higher level with gates to go through before you can move along. So how is this documented? How do we know how we're tracking towards each gate? I'm sure you guys don't wait until the gate's there and then start looking at all the requirements. So what do you do on a daily basis to see where you are?
Great question, Bob. So what we've established is 100 days prior to the date, and I'll pick melter heat up. Say melter heat up is scheduled for December 15th. If I back up 100 days, that's when we start working on that gate, and we begin developing LOIs based on the prerequisites. Do we, like Dan McDonald said, everything from obsolescence, spare parts, budgets, and things like that, personnel, paper, and we begin developing those lines of inquiry. My team facilitates the discussions with the contractors who have representatives from each prime contract, and we develop those lines of inquiry. And when those lines of inquiry are developed, the contractor has 45 days to go through and provide us evidence that should already exist, right? They can point to a procedure, they can point to a part on the shelf that says, yes, we're ready to support melter heat up. So during those 45 days, they'll collect evidence and provide that to us. And if there's things that are missing, they will document those in their corrective action programs that are already established. Like I said, so if there is a gap, those need to be communicated to us, and we'll review their disposition and hopefully provide a recommendation or kick it back and said, we're not ready yet. We need to make sure we have confidence that this gap will be closed prior to the need. And 30 days prior to the actual gate passage, then we present to Tom Fletcher and ultimately Brian Vance for approval and affirmation from all the contractors that they all are all ready. Does that answer your question, Bob?
Yes, it does. So is there some way that you use to track how you're progressing? Like 100 days, you might have 100 items that need to be filled out. Do you track that on a daily basis or monthly basis, that you present this information to management so they get an idea of how well the project's moving towards meeting that gate?
Right, so that's correct. So my team will actually circle back with the contractor after, I'll say, a midway point of the 100 days. We'll review their submissions. We capture that actually in a team software where they provide the pointing. We don't collect records. We point to existing evidence, whether it be a corrective action report or a procedure or an interface readiness plan, those things that are documented, and those actions that may come out of various, those four existing bubbles, if you will. And we have a halfway meeting with them, make sure they're on track. I'm in constant communication with the contractors, and they let me know if they're running into issues. Because when I get to Tom, it's my team's job to make sure when we bring Tom the recommendation that we've already had those discussions with the contractor and gotten things fixed and raised up before that presentation happens, which really would start I'll say 45 days before the gate for my team to start reviewing the evidence and to go back to the contractor and make sure that those gaps are documented and that they do have a path forward, that they're high on the closure list, to make sure that, say we're missing a widget for melter number 1 heat up, that we'll track in the corrective action system that the due date is before melter one heat up that thing has arrived. Because
okay. So I guess from a tank waste committee, trying to follow direct feed law startup, would there, like right now, we're sitting on November 2021, which is the key, one of the key steps or the gates for the direct feed law melter number one heat up. Is there some point that you could come back and give us briefings that say, yes, we're doing well, things are moving along, we feel confident that we can start up that heater? Is there presentations or something that you could come back on a routine basis and let us know how we're moving along?
I'm sure there's an update I can provide you on how things are progressing. Melter one heat up is, like I said, under review by my team. The LOIs have been submitted. We are waiting for some additional staffing reviews to occur and provide that recommendation. But it's a moving, I'll say moving target, but we're just trying to get on the docket to present to Tom and ultimately Brian. But we wanted as close to the melter one heat up as we can get, because things change, because they're like Dan McDonald mentioned, supply chain issues. If something comes up and someone gets something information across their desk saying we can't get this widget for 6 months because it's stuck off the shore of Long Beach, we need to stop. So we're trying to make those two as close to as possible between the melter heat up and that recommendation, so we can minimize any surprises that we should have known about.
Okay, so we're getting close to melter one heat up. Does it look good that we're going to be able to pass this gate?
So far, the evidence that we've been provided and reviewed looks positive.
Okay.
But we are, like I said, we're still outstanding on a few items that are really just time dependent.
Okay. And then my final one is, how does the critical path, what if the Tank Waste Committee is trying to track how progress is moving towards direct feed law? We've been using the critical path monthly status that's available to kind of track that. How does this tie into the critical path effort that's going on also?
So the gate dates are dependent on critical path milestones, right? Melter one heat up is critical path. It's a very linear portion of this project. So I'll say is we will not be critical path. That's my job, is to stay off critical path. So our reviews and recommendations, like I said, are always tied to at least a month ahead of that milestone. So it's not waiting on Tom's desk for our review. That we can, as Dan mentioned, we want to keep moving forward, and we can do these things ahead of time, but not too far ahead, like I mentioned. But as far as we still maintain a critical path schedule, a DFLAW integrated schedule. We're actually adding these gates just for information purposes to that schedule. We have some charter updates to do, but we will provide, I'll say, these gates relative to those critical path milestones, so you can see where they are.
Thank you.
No problem.
Right. We've got a number of folks wanting to ask questions. For you new folks, one of the things we ask is if you want to ask your question or if you want to type it into chat, the option is if you want me to read it on your behalf. Tom Carpenter, you typed one into chat. Do you want to ask it yourself, or do you want me to read it? I'm not hearing Tom, so I'm going to read it on his behalf. He asks, has the DOE conducted an operational readiness review for the waste treatment plant low activity waste operation?
So the short answer is no. That will occur after commissioning and prior to introduction of hot radiological constituents. So cold commissioning will complete first, and then we'll conduct an operational readiness review.
We've got about 7 folks on the phone. I want to make sure, does anybody who's here on the phone have a question or a comment that they want to jump in at this point? *6 gets you off of mute. We'll keep going with the queue. Shelley. Shelley? Shelley? Okay, we'll go back to Shelley. Steve Wigman, why don't you jump in and we'll find Shelley.
Yes, thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Steve Wigman, current chair of the HAB. I really appreciate the presentation and the thought processes you're going through. I have a curiosity as to, is there a risk management tool associated with this process? And if there is, or if there isn't, what keeps you awake at night as you think about success through these gates?
So we utilize the current risk management process that each contractor has already established. If they identify a new one, they'll open a new risk in their risk register and risk database to manage the risk to closure using the appropriate date or gate, date of the gate, if you will, to drive those actions to closure and minimize that risk or completely mitigate it if possible. I will say what keeps me awake at night is this is a huge endeavor with multiple contractors, across a huge area, and we have some of the best minds and people with the most experience in the industry here. But can you cover 100%? That's what keeps me awake at night. Is you don't know what you don't know, and we are trying, and we're giving it 100% effort with the best people, but I say we do have the processes to deal with unknowns when they come up, and part of our evaluation was can we respond quickly to upsets or abnormal conditions, because really it's being agile to this changing site conditions to respond quickly. If we did lose power to a melter, we don't know how. There could be a few different ways. We don't know how that can happen, or we don't know in what way that would happen, but we need to be able to respond in any way that's feasible.
Thank you. I was curious, Dan, Donald, do you have a perspective on risk from ecology's point of view?
Steve, let me offer a general perspective on risk, as much my opinion as anything. There's really 3 categories of risk. You have your known knowns, your known unknowns, and your unknown unknowns. And the whole drill in project management is to move everything you can from the known unknowns into the known knowns, because that's where you mitigate or eliminate your risk. And that's the best place where you can better manage the risks as they come along. Now, to Joe's comment, there's always going to be things you don't know about. The issue, though, is to make that the smallest amount of risk profile space that you have to deal with on an ongoing basis. We have enough experience in these kinds of projects, and Steve, you've been around a while, you know what I mean by this. We have enough experience in these kinds of projects to have educated guesses on the kinds of things we need to watch out for. But until they actually occur, we're not really sure what the impact of those will be, and we're not sure going forward exactly what the resolution is going to be. And I'm not talking about just parts. It could be permitting. It could be logistics. It could be cost. It could be a variety of things. All of those come together in a risk management profile, and that's what we watch as we go forward in this project. As an example, Bechtel puts out a monthly status report, and in part of that report is a very large section on risk, and they talk about the emerging risks. They talk about risks that they've closed. They've talked about potential impact for risks. So this is done on a monthly basis, and it's done with a fair amount of detail, and that's how they manage this, Steve.
That's great. I want to thank you both for the discussions, and very much appreciate what you're doing to maximize our success. This is a very important project, and what you're doing is very critical to our future. Thank you.
Shelley, are you back with us?
I am.
Oh, there you are.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Thanks so much for this presentation. I'm trying to understand. I always break it down into startup and operations, and it seems like that's how we've talked about the project for a long time. And startup being getting the components together, getting each part of the system working, and then turning it over to operations. How does this gate way process overlay that, that intent of startup, getting through startup and then to operations? Is there a, when we turn over to ops, where are we? Which gate are we at? Can we look at it that way?
So this entire gate process is specific to Bechtel's, I'll say Bechtel's commissioning scope, because they will be the ones that even during, it says hot operations, but it's hot commissioning, in which we're introducing radioactive constituents. So gate 4 is the last gate in this process, which is before Bechtel will admit those radiological constituents from tank farms. So all these will occur before, DFLAW operations.
Okay.
Shelley, you sound confused still.
Well, I'm always wondering how, how each, I'm wondering about the checklists, how many checklists there are, and at what level is this gateway checklist compared to being able to turn over the air system and know that the air system, is adequate and running and is ready to be turned over to ops. I'm wondering about the hierarchy. Is that a subset of gate 1 or?
Joe, can I take this one?
Sure, go ahead, Dale. Thank you.
Shelley, what I would offer is this. Processes like the Phasegate process don't ever go away. The characteristics associated with them change relative to the gate they need to go through. So as an example, Joe will get everything ready to rock and roll and then turn it over to operations. But the Phasegate process, operations may have their own protocol set in place to ensure that when they operate, it will do exactly what they think it should. They need to worry about parts. They need to worry about procedures. They need to worry about training. They need to worry about a variety of things. So whether or not they call it a Phasegate process, there is an incremental need for continuation of the kinds of things that Joe's talking about throughout the life cycle of the operations. That never goes away.
Dan, thanks. I appreciate that.
All right. I've got more folks with questions. Esteban and then Rob. Esteban?
Sure. Thank you, Joseph, and Dan for the presentation. But so to me, the thing that I think, like Bob and like Steve mentioned, the thing for me that keeps popping in my head, it's gates. So when you say gates, it's like point of no return, right? And yeah, you got to follow your checklist and everything. And I think, thanks to Steve, the question that I think, climate is changing. There's a lot of variables. We're not in a controlled environment, right? Like you said, I think that's happening. And we're dealing with a radioactive material, which I think the technology is still new. I think this is one of the questions I asked, because of my concern is that the technology is still new, the plan is still new. And then I think, if stuff happens, are there the required, training and facilities, and with budgets, I think constraints and contractors, is there the adequate staffing if something were to go wrong, especially with, I think yesterday, with this, like, I think like Bob mentioned, with the waste tanks, the water, everything, is there plans in place if stuff were, like, I think especially like what Steve said about, what keeps you at night if you don't have the adequate material and the planning for it or staffing, to respond to something that might happen like at 1 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock. I think that's my biggest thing, especially, with here in the Tri-Cities, and how is it going to affect if it's a major, accident or something. That's my biggest thing, I think, because, yeah, nothing's going to be 100%, but yet, that my biggest concern is that with new technology and everything, having the adequate resources, budgets, and everybody kind of more than anything, not to nuke it, no pun intended, but just communication in place to communicate to people if something does go wrong.
That's a good question, Esteban. So, you know, as Tom Carpenter asked about the operational readiness review for the low activity waste facility, there are several criteria, including emergency operations plan that needs to be in place and executed and demonstrated as part of that readiness review, which is performed ultimately by the department itself. The contractor performs a contractor readiness review. They do readiness activities to support that. And I'll say the emergency operating response is the highest level, but even the most basic systems, you know, Shelley talked about system testing, was abnormal operating procedures. What happens if I don't have enough air? How do I respond? What happens if the melter turns off? A loss of power was in the paper. You know, there's abnormal operating procedures that are written and trained to in the simulator in several cases to train all the crew on how to respond to those events. And then furthermore, as part of the Phasegate, looking at the whole Hanford umbrella, was obviously if something happens specific to DF law, it's going to require the response of Hanford Fire, Hanford Patrol, and those kind of things. And part of the Phasegate was to evaluate, as part of the 24/7 site operations, was the integration of all those different contractor functions to support these different abnormal or off-normal events. Does that answer your question?
Right. I've got Rob and then Dan. Rob. There you go.
Hi. And you know, Dan and I can agree with some of the clarifications need to be put in there that Esteban reads, but I think it's important for what my feeling is. This is simply a startup tool. Okay, it's been used in the microelectronics industry for years. And you pick these gates because you can't go backwards. So this cannot be a program set up for the eventual operation of the facility. It basically gets us to the startup. My experience with Bechtel in developing and writing and working on the safety analysis, well, this work started clear back in 07 and 08. You know, the working and thinking and getting the operators in there and analyzing and what you need and the spare parts and the reliability management program. All those things are existing contractor deliverables to whoever's going to operate the facility. And all these conditions that we're talking about, whether the thing is turned on or off or what causes this and that, they've been considered in the design and in the actual requirements of the project itself. So I think that we need to really take a look at this from the standpoint, this is a startup tool. This tells the head guys in DOE and gives them the confidence that they've had a top to bottom review that they can go ahead and say, okay, turn the melter on. Okay, and that's basically what I see this as being. I don't think we need to make anything more about it, whether this is going to order spare parts or not, if we need them. It's going to call out the need and then use the existing program. Now, there's already schedules for ordering these spare parts. There's already all this infrastructure set up to run and operate the WTP project. So Dan, I just got to argue with you that the Phasegate may be for other project startups. On the site, you know, another Phasegate program for HLW, another one for pre-treatment, and on, et cetera. But you know, correct me if I'm not wrong, is that once we get the plant running, this Phasegate information will kind of get put away in a locker, and they're going to be using the rest of the programs. Is that not correct? I mean, I just think that we're making too big a deal out of a startup tool. It's a tool for starting up to make sure that we are not going to have any oh my's when we start up. And I think it's a great thing. Phasegate starting up is a good second check. But again, you know, Joe, do you really think that you're going to be running this thing clear after the melter's operating? you'll be interested in other aspects of not this. How would this ever be used? It wouldn't be. Not to override all the other work that people have done that's been IQRPE, that's had all the checks and approvals by DOE in the first place. I'll pretty much stop my comments there on this. So thank you for the moment to say that.
Thank you for your question, Dan. So this is in this case, we are using the Phasegate to support startup of Hanford, to support DF Law. As you mentioned, I'm not buying spare parts, but I'll say as the melter comes on, the approach for buying critical spare parts, say for the electrical provider, may change. The critical spare parts needed to provide water, air will change. And are they making the necessary changes to support?
Right. I agree. I just see that, and there's a lot of things, for example, how are we going to get the sodium hydroxide on the site every day that we need to get it there? And can we, modify this? But from the standpoint of starting the plant up, that's what this is simply a startup. Once you don't go backwards. I mean, you don't go back and consider, well, after you're heating up melter 2, you don't go backwards and to melter 1 and say, stop melter 1, we messed something. I mean, we don't go backwards with this. Phasegate is a one-way. It's a pyramid down to operation. And so anyway, that's project management.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
All right. Dan Solitz, are you with us?
Good morning. Yes, I'm Dan Solitz. I'm from the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board for the new folks. We meet about 3 or 4 times a year in Oregon and discuss the cleanup from an Oregon point of view. I'm also on the Budgets and Contracts Committee, so my question kind of relates to that. How is this Phasegate integrated with the new contract style, the IDIQ? It's particularly in an upset condition. I'm trying to imagine how that's going to work, and hopefully you can enhance my imagination.
So I can say that this is really focused on the contractors that are on site today and through commissioning of the WTP, which is within Bechtel's scope.
So there won't be any IDIQ in the startup process?
So I can't address that. That's outside my swim lane. My charter was to focus on the current contractors at the Hanford site, including Bechtel's hot commissioning and introduction of waste. What Phasegate looks like, as Dan mentioned, it'll take on some other form in the future, but currently it's relegated to those contractors that are currently here.
Okay, thank you.
Let me check in with folks on the phone. Is there anyone who on the phone who has a question or a comment, would like to jump in? *6 will get you off of mute. Not hearing anything. Pam has been trying to ask a question. Pam, do you want to type it in, or can we hear you?
I think you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Driving down the gorge here. So my question has to do with the contract situation. So we have the tank farm contractor with a relatively new contract. We have Bechtel with an ongoing contract. And then we have another contract, which will be for the entity that is going to operate the plant. That is still in play to my knowledge. Can anybody give me a status report on where that is at, and how a contract might kind of muck up the works a bit as you begin operations?
So I can't comment on that, Pam. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
Bob, let's put that on the list for a question for the next committee meeting, please.
Okay,
And I'm just about to go to a meeting, Ruth, so I'm hoping that the 1 o'clock item will remain at 1 o'clock, even if you get done with this a little early.
As far as I know, that's the plan right now.
Okay, thank you. I know several people are going to call in for that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions or comments? Anyone?
so is there a point where we should invite you back to give us another status update on how things are going?
I'd be glad to give you an update. Probably I'd say early January might be the best, so I can provide you with a full, complete results from Phasegate 2.
Okay,
Yeah, the next scheduled committee meeting is in early February.
Okay, even better.
As I madly try to remember the date.
okay. So looks like we're moving on towards the first heater startup, and I wish you luck because that's very important.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we all second that.
So the next, well, we're running a little early. Not necessarily a bad thing. Any other questions?
I have one.
Jump in.
So I'm looking at this month, the decision is expected for melter 1 heat up. When would the melter heat up actually begin if you get through that gate? When you get through that gate successfully?
So we'll have to, I think let me get back to you on the date. There's a new schedules coming out, and I'll have to get the latest information for you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're all just excited to see that happen.
I agree. I've been on this project for a long time, and all the way from beginning of startup, well before startup even began. It's an exciting time for sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what are your takeaways, Bob, before we go to break?
Well, looks like it's a good process. That is the decision point for every key point of the project, and I'm glad they're doing that. And I guess we should ask to be briefed again on what they learned when they passed Gate 2 and as they get ready to go to Gate 3. So February seems like a good time to try to put it back on our calendar.
So the next up on the agenda is the tank integrity SX briefing. I suggest we simply break until 10:30 because that's when those folks will be here to be on for that presentation.
Okay.
Would you show the agenda again, please?
Oh, yeah. Agenda. Sorry, this isn't a 2-click operation.
Okay.
So SX, Karthik is going to be with us at 10:30, break for lunch, and then draft advice at 1 o'clock. o'clock. Does that help?
Thank you.
And I will also pull up, I'll have in reserve the calendar for February so you can see upcoming dates. I'll pull that up and have that in reserve. So if we need it, we have it.
Okay. So let's break till 10:30. So are we ready? Kartik, are you here?
I'm here.
Oh, great. So Kartik is going to take us through a Pnnl report, I understand. So with that, let's turn it over to Kartik to kick off.
Yeah, just a quick introduction. My name is Karthik, and I'm the chief engineer for WRPS, the tank farm operating contractor. Probably talked to a lot of you guys about tank integrity programs over the last several years. And this is really about some observations that we've had in the SX tank farm on some tank domes, and we've been watching them carefully over the last couple of years with some of the things we've seen, which then culminated in our current Pnnl report that we wanted to confirm our structural analysis with. And so I'll walk through that. And Ruth, as always, it's going to be questions held to the end, or are they? Can we answer questions along the way?
Let's hold them to the end. So we'll go from you to ecology and then to questions.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so with that, next slide, please. So I'll talk about SX Tank Farm and put us all on the same landscape of where SX Tank Farm is, what it does, what its history is. Talk about the tank integrity program in SX and how it relates to SX Tank Farm, and then a tank by tank update for where we went and what our results were from our original inspection, and then where we went to extent of condition through all over SX Tank Farm. And then finally with our SX 111, with the evidence that we have in SX 111, the structural evaluations, and then some conclusions in our path forward. And we'll walk through this. I'm going to go pretty fast as I always do, and please write down your questions so we can answer them as best we can at the end. Okay. So let's talk about SX Tank Farm. So just to put us on the same page, 149 total single shell tanks, various capacities across Hanford. The capacities can be anywhere from 55,000 gallons to 1 million gallons in capacity. SX Tank Farm is what we would call a Type 4A tank farm of those presentations of the various types of tanks that are in Hanford single shell in our inventory. They're arranged in rows of 3 and they're cascaded. These are built from 1953 to 1954 and they are in 200 West area. 1 million gallon capacity, as with all of the other single shell tank farms, carbon steel reinforced concrete shell on the outsides with carbon steel that's intimately attached to the concrete shell, and then a dome that does not have a concrete liner on the inside. Unique to SX Tank Farm, a little bit different than some of the others. They don't have a waterproofing membrane that's on top of the domes. So an SX Tank Farm was built to support redox back in the 50s. And if you know what redox is, or if you don't, redox is a solvent extraction process that had some high temperature waste that were put into these tanks early on in their career. The high temperatures they experienced early on in their career include some of the things that you might see on the dome, some splashing and some waste, not necessarily, or some stains, not necessarily that's waste up there. And those temperatures, the highest temperatures were around 300 F. The other part of SX Tank Farm, its current inventory of waste is almost all sludge and salt cake with no supernatant in the tank farms themselves. And for the history of those tank farms, they were all interim stabilized in the late 1970s into early 80s. And what you see here is some construction photos of the SX Tank Farm. And what you can see is you'll see a lot of rebar in this, and I'm going to go through some of the details of the rebar. As you might imagine, a concrete dome and a concrete wall has a lot of rebar for structural reinforcement of the concrete itself and the various stress states that they're exposed to. And I'll walk through that in some of the things after we go through some of the results of the inspection and why this was important. Okay. We do have an integrity program. This robust integrity program that I've talked to you all about really has a couple of pieces to it. One is we do visual inspections in the dome itself and on the waste surfaces. We do liquid level evaluations. We talked about one recently with B109. Excuse me. We have also a pretty robust structural analysis that continues to evolve as some of the technology and the ability to model evolves. And we use Pnnl to be able to do that. They're structural experts. And then we also do dome deflection surveys. And what dome deflection surveys are, we want to ensure that our dome is not moving. We use a benchmark outside the tank farm, and we measure the elevation of the dome against that benchmark over a period of time to make sure that the dome is not settling. And all these programs are run on a periodic basis. And one of the things that we observed as part of that program was early on in 2020, we were in SX112, and this is where this entire inspection program kicked off into SX Tank Farm. Early on in SX Tank, or early on in 2020, we went into SX112, and in SX112 we observed some what we call spalled areas, and that was what spalling is can occur due to a couple of different reasons, but it is essentially some where concrete parts are actually removed from the entire surface of the concrete. And so we observed it in SX112, and once we observed that in SX112, our program went into a very conservative mode, and then we launched off onto an extensive condition in SX Tank Farm. So we've actually inspected SX112, SX109, 111, 107, 108. So all these tanks were inspected multiple times so that we could watch for we could see evidence of spalling in other tanks, or if we could see any changes over time. Over time, what we've noticed is the other tanks, with the exception of SX111, have not changed. The spalling has remained the same, and I'll go through some of those pictures in those other tanks. In SX111, the video inspections did show some changes over this period of time. And then we've also had some success here, and I think you may have seen in one of my previous presentations on laser scans. It's a really new technology that allows us some fraction of quantification of depth of a spalled area, and then that really helps us out with structural analysis. And I'll get into some of those pictures where we're able to do that with not only on the waste surface, but also on the dome as we're looking up into the dome. Really new technology over the last couple of years, and has been helpful in quantifying some of our visual observations and our engineering judgments. So as we got all these results, our first, obviously one of the things we want to make and we want to ensure is that we have a structural engineering evaluation. So we have a structural engineering team as part of WRPS engineering, as well as a Pnnl analysis. And those are the real smart guys over at Pnnl that do a mechanical-based model to ensure that the dome loading that is on top of the dome can support, or the dome can support the dome loading. And I'll get into some of those details there. But at the top line, their report was just released this week, and that report concluded that for the inspection results that we had at the time, all the way through, I believe, August, is that our dome is safe and they remain structurally sound and it's safe for storing waste. So that's an important conclusion. Although we do see evidence of spalling, accounting for that spalling and the strengths that we have within the dome and the geometry of the dome, the Pnnl report concluded that the tanks remain structurally sound in SX Farm. And we'll continue to monitor these, and I'll get into some of those. So with that, let's look at some of the pictures we have. Okay, so this is the first inspection on SX112, and Ruth, I made that picture of SX112 as really small as possible, and the words as really small possible, so you couldn't really see any of the dimensions. Okay, but in the grand scheme of things, that is the top of the dome on the right side over there. And what we try to do is, these do have a few risers that we're able to get into and do some visual inspections, nominally 75 feet in diameter with smaller risers. So inspection of these tanks is not a trivial approach. A lot of robotic technology, a lot of razor technology. So as I mentioned early on in 2020, February 21st to be exact, we looked at the entire surface of the dome and found 3 sections of what spalling looks like. Put us on the same page. In the dome thickness is 15 inches thick, and so some of these are really surface spalling that you see there, less than an inch or so. It's a visual inspection of these 3 locations, and they're pointed out. I can't point, but the area A you see there near the center of the dome, or about halfway down. Area B, a little bit of spalling there, and then area C. Those lines that you see there are really the rebar lines and where they are. And so, to put it in perspective, if you go back a couple of slides here, Ruth, to the picture of the construction photos, that one right there, you can see there is no dearth of rebar on these tanks. And so that's how close together these are. And you can go back. So those are how close they are. In the dome itself, there's 2 kinds of rebar that are there. One is in the hoop direction, which goes around the dome like this. And then one is in the meridional direction, which goes along the dome itself. The rebar that's along the dome itself is about 12 inches apart. And then the dome rebar that's in the hoop direction is anywhere, but it's 3 inches from the outer surface, 3 inches from the inner surface, with 9 inches in between. And then what we call the haunch region. The haunch region is the transition from the dome itself to the wall. There's a significant amount of more rebar in that region because that would be a higher stress region. So then we went back into SX112 in July and in August, and we saw no changes in these sections. So that's good news. And then on September of 21, we got laser imaging inspection, and the areas of spalling also saw no changes in this. So as you can tell, I'm not really talking about when this occurred, but the important part here is that these sections are not changing over time, and so that's a positive thing. Okay, so that's for SX112. Next slide. So SX109, it's very similar things. In July of 2020, as I mentioned, once we saw that SX112 has some evidence of this, we went back into SX112 in an aggressive frequency, and then we went back into all the other tanks of SX as well, multiple times to see the extent of condition. It only shows one location of spalling. You can see a little bit of spalled area there, and that is actually the waste surface, a little bit of waste surface there. And then if you look up at the visual inspection up top, did it again in 8:30, and that area has not changed. Again, now you can see a little bit of rebar stains there as well. Okay, I'm pointing on my screen like you can see what I'm pointing at, but on the it's not working out real well. On the left side is the waste surface in that little red circle, and then this is the same orientation on the surface of the dome itself, on the interior surface of the dome itself. So over a year, no real changes to SX109. Again, a bit of good news there. SX107 we actually had an older picture from August of 31, and you can see a little bit of spalling on August 31st. It's really, I'd say probably this is less spalling than just some surface defects that are there. And then when we took the picture again in September of 2021, area spalling really didn't change. And I'm not, to be sure, I'm not sure how we documented this in 2011 other than an inspection report. Oh, excuse me. We document all this in an inspection report, and then we were fortunate enough to go back to the same spot, so we can really track changes over a 10-year time frame. The reason this is important is while we have tracked it in SX109 and 112 in a 1 year or more frequent time frame, now we have evidence in SX107 that in 2011 versus 2021, we also don't see any changes that might otherwise be happening either quicker or slower. So SX107 inspections also reveal that it seems to be an existential condition and not growing. Okay. All right, so the next slide, SX111, is really where the interesting parts start. In August of 2020, visual inspection of 5 areas under spalling under observation. If you look at August of 2020, you'll see a big cracked section there. And just to be clear, what those areas that you see with the little lines that looks like a 4x8 piece of plywood is not actually 4x8. It's somewhere on the order of 28 inches by 4 feet the other direction, or 6 feet. So those were the forms that were used to build a concrete dome. And you can see an area of cracking there in August of 2020. And we actually had 5 areas of interest of spalling that were under observation in SX111, and you can look at those various areas there, A, B, C, D, and a large arc in E. And so what we're interested in here is what happens to those sections over a period of time. So in August of 2020, we saw some cracking in the concrete itself. We went back a year later, those cracked pieces, or a majority of those cracked pieces, you can look at the geometry there, majority of those cracked pieces had actually falled off or spalled off from the dome and ended up on the waste surface. So you see there's some changes happening there within the year. And again, we had monitored this numerous times during the year, and so we're watching that. And that is in Area C there. And the important part of that is that Area C is not on the top of the dome. It's not on the haunch region of the dome. It's just near the haunch region of the dome, which is, excuse me, a lower stress region than the haunch of the tank itself. And so that's what we're interested in. We continue down the path of SX111, and we'll do further inspections in that at a higher frequency. This is, having said all of this, one of the things that we wanted to do was to make sure that Pnnl and the structural evaluation started. We actually kicked off the structural evaluation very early on, knowing that the first areas that were spalling, and over time, as we got more results, we went back to Pnnl and said, hey, can we include these results in the evaluation? Can we include these results in the evaluation? Can we include these results in the evaluation? And over time, we've now included even this latest result from the inspection results in the Pnnl evaluation up through the report that was issued this week. Okay, so then let's go to the next slide. Okay, so laser scan imaging. This is, as I said, really a nice piece of technology that we're able to use here. That is the section C, I believe. Can you go back one time? I want to make sure it's section C. Yes, yeah, so that is section C. And so if you go back in there, now what you can do with the laser inspection is look at the rebar, and you can look at where there is rebar that is either not evident or it is evident. And you can see the section of the tank that it's at just past the haunch region before you get into the regions of the next form on the dome itself. And so this laser imaging scan is important because now it gives you a localized area of knowing what being able to approximate what the spalling depth is. And important to note here is that this spalling depth is not completely circumferential to the tank. It is in one location on the dome itself of the tank. And so that laser scan in combination with the visual inspection and then being able to use judgment on the geometry of that is what we fed to Pnnl for SX111, and then that gave them the information they needed to be able to do their structural analysis. Okay, next slide. Let's see here. Okay, so this is Pnnl structural analysis. I'm saddened. This will be my first presentation to you that has no equations. I couldn't get that across the line, and so you just have to take notes there. So what we do in dome structural evaluation is we use a American Concrete Institute code to take conservative approximations of really 4 kinds of loads. That's the dead load, that includes the tank self-weight, that includes live loads, that includes lateral and vertical pressure loads, and then it also includes loads due to weight and soil. In addition to that, if there's any temperature distributions are all accounted for. So you have a lot of, in each of these load cases, you have 40 to 70% conservatism in which they calculate these loads. And based upon those loads, what we do is we calculate what's called a demand to capacity ratio. And in that demand to capacity ratio, it is what is the demand of the load on the tank and what is the capacity of the load of the tank to accept the load. And so using all those calculations in this spalled region there, that's the exact same picture. What Pnnl does in their modeling approach is it breaks each of the parts of the tanks into what you see here as nodes, and these happen to be 14 through 19, and then they calculate what's called the demand to capacity ratio. And based upon that demand to capacity ratio, we can make a evaluation of the structural capacity of this tank. And so the P analysis concluded that the spalling in August does not pose a threat to the structural integrity of the tank. I did mention some of the rebar here, and what you can see there is those little circles that are on there is the amount of rebar that is in this haunch region, which is really important. And so the rebar goes in every direction here and is tied off. And you'll see that as it goes into the dome, there are 2 layers of deep rebar that I mentioned, and into the wall 2 layers, but in this region of high stress and where it transfers from the dome, and I'm pointing again, transfers from the dome to the walls, there's tie-in rebar as well. So what we'd like to see is to be able to transfer the loads from the domes to the walls, so which are standing upright. And so our Pnnl analysis using these results concluded that the structural integrity of the tank is still safe. In any case, we have actually restricted dome loading until we finish off all the analysis and we're able to understand with more frequent inspections where we're going with this tank. Okay. And that's all I had. Oh, apparently that's not all I had. Okay, so, but just to summarize here, you know, we do have an integrity program, and our integrity program is robust. And when we find evidence of things, we aggressively monitor the conditions, and this SX tank farm is the implementation of that. We want to ensure that our structural integrity of the tank dome and any operational safety is maintained. And with the visual inspection that we had put in place, we've been able to enhance that with the laser scanning, technology that then gives us a more quantifiable approach. That gives us the visual plus a quantifiable, and then in concert with the structural analysis folks from Pnnl and internal WRPS, we can do a really good analysis of the current condition based on those inspections, as well as any implications that we have from a structural standpoint. So this analysis really did that. Having said that, even though we have the analysis, we'll continue to monitor at a higher frequency for SX Tank Farm. We'll continue to respond to any changes that we have there. We do have new technologies that we always consider, and laser technology being one of them. And we're getting better at the laser technology and getting better at being able to quantify it. You know, the guys in the field make this look easy, but it's not as easy as it seems when we just show these pictures. It takes a lot of work to get optical access and laser access to these surfaces, and being able to do that with, and then respond to any emergent issues revealed during this monitoring. Continue to do that just as we did with SX-112, and expand the program as necessary to be localized to handle any issues. And then lastly, certainly we depend on our Pnnl experts and our tank integrity expert panel to not only guide where the program is going, but also to go over the results and make sure we're using the results appropriately. Now that's all I had.
And no equations.
And no equations. I am highly disappointed.
All right. Let's check in with ecology. With us from ecology are.
Hi, Ruth. You're echoing a little bit. Not sure what you just said. This is David Bowen, the program manager. And I didn't really prepare anything necessarily before this, but I do want to thank Karthik for the presentation. One thing that you said, Karthik, the Pnnl report has been released. My understanding is it's still under some review, so I'm not aware that I have seen that yet. If it is available for us, I'd like to have that over. We have been, over time, been tracking this via our engineers and our staff, and are interested in, obviously, in reviewing this report as it comes out. And I appreciate the conservative manner in which the tanks have been engineered. It does to us, it highlights the aging infrastructure we have on site, and continuing work we need to try and move the treatment and retrieval process forward. So I think I'll just stop there, and I see a couple of my folks have their hands up. Ruth, I don't know what your typical routine is, so I'll let you handle it.
So I'm going to ask, we have a plethora of Steves today. So I saw Steve Lowe and Jeff Lyon from Ecology. So they're going to jump the line, and then we'll go to Steve Wigman and Steve Anderson. So Steve Lowe?
What a line jumper he is. So this is Steve Lowe, obviously, with Ecology. I guess as I was listening to this, I keep going back to the experience with AY102 when it leaked. And the whole time that the waste was being retrieved from that tank, there was hope that perhaps the tank could be repaired, that kind of thing. And then when we got to the bottom of the tank, it's like it was discovered that basically the entire tank at the bottom was so badly corroded, and it was just completely different from what the sides of the tank looked like. That tank couldn't possibly be repaired and had to be closed. And when I look at pictures like in SX 107 and 111 like that, the highest temperatures in the tank are always at the bottom, down where the waste is more concentrated and everything, and the sludge sort of holds the heat in there. And you wonder what the condition is of the concrete at the bottom of the tank. There's hopes that if these tanks are grouted, that they'll be, I guess, have enough integrity to hold the waste inside the concrete will for thousands and thousands of years. And when you see pictures like this, you kind of question that assumption. So is there any work being done to look at like the concrete in the base of the tanks to see if it's in any similar condition or possibly worse condition than in the dome of the tank?
So Ruth, can I answer that? Is it
Yes.
time? Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, so good question, Steve. So the dome of the tank and the bottom of the tank and the walls of the tank are experiencing very different things. And here's the reason why. There is no steel liner on the dome of the tank. There is a steel liner on the walls and the bottom of the tank. There has been work done where we've actually core sampled from very high temperature tanks to look at the concrete on the walls and the on the walls of it that have been exposed to high temperatures. And what that analysis and that core sample showed was that the high temperatures did not affect the compressive strength of the tank walls concrete itself. This looks like a very different mechanism than a temperature-based spalling. And so this looks, if you look at the pictures, it looks like something to do with rebar and concrete, not high temperature and concrete degradation under high temperature. So there has been work done on looking at high temperature effects of concrete through core sampling in the higher temperature tanks that has shown that the concrete maintained their integrity even though they were exposed to very high temperatures. I mean, much higher than what you see today, early on in their careers.
Right, Jeff Lyon from Ecology. Still with us?
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. I have four things that I want to say. I think three of them are questions. The first one is I want to emphasize that I appreciate the level of interest and effort that DOE makes in their integrity program and the use of the tank integrity expert panel. So that's the first thing I want to say, and I want to be clear about. The other things are just kind of questions, and I'll just ask all three, and then Karthik can do his best at telling me what he wants to about them. The first question is did anybody predict spalling in the tanks, and did they predict it at any point in time? And then the second thing is, now that you know that there is spalling, does that help you understand the deterioration of the tanks or how that's going to affect them in the future? And then the third one is, Karthik mentioned the steel liner in the tank, and a question came to my mind that how does the steel liner help with the structural integrity of the tank with respect to both intact steel liners and steel liners that have experienced leaks? And that's my three questions. Thanks.
Okay, so it's me again. So really good questions. From the prediction of spalling in tanks, I would say that it although it wasn't officially predicted, over years we've had Pnnl do analysis where they've actually removed concrete over time and shown us that the structural integrity would still be the same. In fact, if you remember, a couple of years ago, we found some spalling in AX Tank Farm, and what we did there was, in the first immediate analysis, show that it'd be structurally sound. we actually benchmarked the analysis that Pnnl had done even prior to that, removing some fraction of the dome itself. So predicted on where and when and how it would happen, no. Predicted that it is likely to happen over time, yes. And so we wanted to make sure structurally we were sound there. The second question was the deterioration of the tanks in the future. I think we're working on that. And that's why we're going through the monitoring frequency that we are. Now for SX111, we've been doing it every 90 days and looking at it. And the more we learn of that, it'll help us understand what that dome looks like. And as we take more visual scans, laser scans, do dome deflection surveys, that'll help us engineer what that degradation is due to. And the last question was on steel liner and structural integrity. The steel liner really has no impact on structural integrity at all, one way or another, in contrast to the double shell tanks, right? It's a concrete structure that is all related to structural integrity. The steel liner is really related only to leak integrity and its attachment to the concrete.
Right, Steve Wiegman.
Thank you, Carla. Your conversation is always very valuable to my aging brain, trying to recollect some of the context of these tanks. Now, my questions might get off of integrity a little bit, so I apologize. But as we try to perceive the relationship of the tanks as they age and the environment in which they are, I had a couple of questions related to the history of these tanks and their current status from a liquid perspective. You mentioned that these tanks were cascaded. For some of our members, I would like to ask you to describe what that is and how that occurred in this tank farm. Then I'm interested in when we saw well pumped and isolated these tanks, when we finished, we had a determination at that point of how much liquid was left and how much might be pumpable and how much might be leakable. Would you comment on some of those points?
Yeah, so let me talk about the liquid levels first, okay? And so just so I make sure I understand the question, and I'll try to answer it. And Steve, if I don't get there, just let me know, and I'll try to do better. These were interim stabilized a long time ago, right? So 1979. So there's details of criteria by which they were interim stabilized. So if you look at the inventory today, there is no supernatant in SX tank farm. Okay, and I'll just use SX111 as an example. Has about 90. I'm just making sure I get the numbers right. 97,000 gallons of sludge and about 20,000 gallons of salt cake, with very little, well, zero drainable interstitial liquid. And part of the reason for that is, I did talk about that it was a high temperature tank early on in its years, right? So you had a lot of evaporation going on in those tanks, but they were interim stabilized in the late 70s. Now cascading tanks means what they were, and I had to look at the details specifically of SX Tank Farm, but that means you fill up one tank, and as the waste gets to a particular line, then it goes to a cascade line and goes to the next set of tanks. And Steve, I don't remember the order in which SX Tank Farm went in terms of how they were cascaded, and that's what cascading means. So what that means is you could fill up one tank, it's waste filled up, it drained into another tank.
Okay, in some of the farms, as they were cascaded, they actually were ultimately cascaded to the soil when we ran out of space. Did we do that in this farm? Have we actually purposely discharged tank waste to the soil in this farm?
Not that I'm aware of. That was really in the older complex farms where they went to cribs and trenches.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I just often try to reflect what we did when we salt well pumped and when we isolated these farms, because we went in and capped and cut and sealed them up. And so there was an expectation that they would be in that condition until final closure. And so I'm just curious what our risk is.
Yeah, and Steve, I will go back and make sure that there was no cascading through the tank farm, past the tank farm for you. but I believe that was limited into some of the remote farms and older processes.
Thank you very much.
All right, Steve Anderson, and then I'm going to check with folks on the phone because we have about 7 folks with us phone only. Steve Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. Karthik, I really appreciate, yes, your communication capabilities are tremendous. My question was really about something that was touched on, I think that Steve had mentioned earlier related to bottom of the tanks, but I was curious about the high heat and its responsibility. Is it responsible for any of the salt cake, or what type of corrosive elements are related to the high heat tanks? And if there are any more farms that had tanks over 300 degrees Fahrenheit, I think was what you had mentioned. So if you could tell me that. And then the other was liquid levels. You said that XX farm has no liquid in them anymore. Are there any other single shells that potentially still have any liquid in them? Thanks.
So yeah, I'll talk about single shell tanks. There are single shell tanks that do have supernatant in them on top, some fraction of supernatant in them, but primarily it's all interstitial liquid that's not drainable. And then you talked about high temperature tanks. Some of the other high temperature tanks were in AX farm, and also in AYAZ farm also had high temperatures from the new processes that were there. The single shell tanks that I'm aware of, SX farm and the redox tanks were really the highest temperature tanks. If you know, AX farm had some, and A farm had some very high temperature tanks because A104, A105 had some things go on the bottom of the tank. But other than that, I'm not aware that SX farm, those are the tanks I know of high temperatures. And you talked about in terms of corrosion, 2 kinds of things in corrosion here. As long as we have dry salt cake and not a whole lot of water in there, the salt cake is typically dry and does have corrosive elements, but also has nitrates, nitrites, some fraction of hydroxides in them as well.
Is the salt cake responsible for some of the heat? I mean, did the heat cause salt cake?
Yeah. So as you evaporate it, it caused salt cake. Now we have different versions of salt cake that lands, right? We also have salt cake that once you drop from an evaporator, tends to be a salt cake as well. So as the water relieves itself from the salt cake, you get salt.
All right, thanks.
James Alzheimer, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just have a couple pieces of information. One of the hottest single shell tanks was A106, and this is just from memory, but I think it was like 600 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is the tank that they did a sidewall core drill through the concrete, almost all the way to the bottom of the sidewall, and they did the structural or strength tests on that, and it showed that it was way above the current requirements for compressive strength of the concrete. So the values that they're using for do the structural analysis, I think, are very conservative. I think they're using something that is probably much lower than it would have to be if you were just basing it on the stuff. I think they just basing it on a general concrete value. So I think the temperature effects and the concrete have been shown not to be a big deal. And this is just my guessing, but I don't think this is a spalling due to a structural problem with an overload. The cause is most likely that moisture's been getting in through the concrete a little bit and causing rust, and the rust is expanding and pushing this off the sides. And it looks bad, but in those regions where it's happening, it's very thick, and the structural integrity has shown that it's not a significant deal. Thanks.
All right. Jeff Lyon, do you want to jump in here real quick?
Yeah, I hate cutting the line, but you're gonna let me do it, so I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I am.
Karthik, you were talking about not having any liquids in the tanks, and I'm loosely translating what you said. But I did look at the intrusion reports that you have, and there's 5 tanks that have intrusion. So could you kind of resolve the question of not having liquids and having intrusion at the same time?
Yeah, so I guess from our engineering standpoint, when you have water intrusion into a tank, we wouldn't consider that supernatant. For us, supernatant is liquid waste that's created by the processing parts of it.
Okay, so it sounds like there might be some liquids in the tanks, it's just not supernatant.
Right, and so, yeah.
Okay, that's
And
all
so
I needed.
And then if you have sufficient, if you have sufficient evaporation, unless it dissolves any of the salt cake, which doesn't appear to be the case, I mean, as you saw from the surface waste pictures, right? For the tanks that you saw there, they're very, very dry.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point that you made the last sentence. So thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve Anderson, you've already gone, right? Let's check in. Is there anybody on the phone who wants to ask a question? *6 will get you off of mute, but I don't want to forget our phone folks. Folks are doing a lot of listening. All right, Rob and then Bob. Rob?
Hey, Karthik. I want to ask you a little bit, now that you've identified spalling and now that we have this mechanism for this, and it's likely a corrosion mechanism, not a mechanical. And so that would mean we are getting water into the rebar. The question is can you rule the direction of the water? Is it coming from the waste evaporation, or is it coming from the outside in? If it's coming from the outside in, have we, or are we thinking, possibly looking for cracks in the external dome of the, without excavating too much, but looking for cracking in the general area for where that water may be coming from?
Yeah, so you hit the nail on the head, right? So where's the water coming from? That seems to be a subsurface question that's always hard to answer, and that is part of our investigative process as we continue to do more inspections and look for evidence of water or stains. That's exactly where we're going with this,
Right.
Rob. Those are all the investigations that will take place as we continue with the monitoring process, and that's where we are.
Right. Well, the one thing that our experience has shown that, you get water coming in, it tends to increase and make the sore bigger and deeper and make it worse. And, we've got a limited life on our tanks. And, maybe now we can pick a date or a time where, if this corrosion tends to continue, at what point will we? I'm very fearful that without a present plan for processing our high level waste, that our tanks are going to get stuck with it forever. And so I need a forcing function to make sure people recognize we got to fund the final project. So anyway, I encourage us looking for where that water is coming from. And if there's some subsurface laser scanning devices that we can look for the integrity, or maybe you can possibly sound the, used to know an engineer that would hit a hammer on a concrete wall and tell you where the rebar is at and where the crack is and where the band is in the shoe. And anyway, just good job though. Really, I'm really, and whatever I have been able to add, I really appreciate your letting us have input into your program. Thanks.
Right, Bob, and then Steve Wigman. Bob?
Yes, I wanted to thank Karthik. As always, an excellent presentation, and then timely. I think timely is one of the key things of passing on that information to us. Speaking of time, though, you said these tanks were built in 1953 and 1954. That means they're already 65 years old. And I was wondering, as part of this assessment that Pnnl did they give you any estimate of how long these tanks will be structurally sound? How long can we count on them holding together in the future?
Yeah, so that's not the structural analysis work. We actually feed them the information on the existing of the tank, and then they do the analysis of the current condition. As we continue down the monitoring program and the inspection program, what we'll do is we'll refeed into the structural analysis. And if that, when that time comes, right, we have to get some rate mechanism, which we don't have yet. And that's when we'll be able to get close to that. We do have you know, as we go every 90 days and look at visual inspection, we'll continue to work with them to figure that out. But I don't think right now we have knowledge enough and enough data to tell you what that end looks like. I mean, I do also want to be clear and mention that, you know, and some of the things that people have said are right. SX Farm is a little different than some of the other farms in its design and its use. So we want to understand that as well.
Okay, thank you. And one thing, when they were built, what was their engineered design life? Do you know that?
Oh, no, I don't know that, but I'm going to guess it was short of 70 years.
I would think about 30 years at the max.
Yeah, I just remember, I don't remember what the code values were back then. You know, usually my guess is they were usually around 50 years, right? Just from the code value limit load design analysis standpoint. But then over time, as you inspect them and you say, well, it's still in its current condition, or is it still structurally sound? Then you then keep on moving forward with that and restart the life.
Okay. And I know that, oh shoot, I've lost the date, but it may be another 30 years before the SX Tech farm is recovered. So we're looking at probably 100 years from the date they were built. So, okay, thank you.
Jeff Lyon, do you need to sneak in here again?
Yeah, so Lyon's commentary is right. Like I said, it's not sort of 70 years.
Yeah, well, I you know, I like I said, the integrity program is excellent. So there's no, you know, none of that's going on with my questioning. But when we were talking about integrity of the tanks, you know, your focus is on structural integrity as well as it should be. But the leak integrity also is a concern for retrieving the tanks. And so while the tanks might stand up and be solid for a really long time, the bottom of the tanks are also undergoing, you know, some effects of all of the liquids and heat. And like Jim pointed out, structurally, the heat, you know, hasn't affected the tanks per se, but I always keep in the back of my head, we got to retrieve the waste, and how long can we retrieve the waste is a different question than structural integrity. And then the other part that I just wanted to, I'm only recalling this, so there's some margin of error in my guess, but I believe that the integrity assessments that we've received have actually identified the life of the tanks, and as Karthik said, they've all exceeded that. So we're done with that hope, and but they're still solid. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for letting me cut in again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the integrity assessments, to point that out, the integrity assessment actually tell you when is the next time you want to do an integrity assessment, which is, you know, a long time out, because from a structural standpoint.
Right. And that was 16. In fact, that's 16 years from the last one. So, you know, that's supporting exactly what you're saying.
Part of the reason I'm drawing you in is when folks type things into chat, the 7 people on the phone, their eyesight isn't good enough to see what you put in there. So that's why I'm putting you in queue when you all type things in chat.
Well, Karthik is pulling the fast one with all of his presentations too.
It's just we're missing the equations. Steve Wigman, you're up.
Thank you. Good conversation. I was just curious, you know, we isolated and sealed these tanks, and we still are experiencing some water infiltration. Is there anything we can do to interdict additional water infiltrating? I'm trying to remember exactly how we sealed them, and I don't know that you would, I don't know that I would know how to stop any more infiltration.
Yeah, so we've done numerous things, right? So one of the things that we now have, SX Farm has a barrier on top of it, right? That will be helpful in preventing any recharge into the soil in the top. Now that doesn't necessarily look after subsurface flow, right? Which in and of itself is I'm not going to begin to comment on that. That's a geological expertise of people. So we do have that. We've looked at foaming pits, anytime that there's those kind of things. And Steve, I did want to mention that you talked about cascade lines, right? So we just to make sure we understand what those are, there's cascade lines that go from in stacks of 3, right? And I don't remember if they go the other way, 15 to 13 or 13 to 15, and whichever way they go. But all those are capped and cut. I'm sorry, cut and capped, right? So many of those are cut and capped, as you mentioned, and so that's a good thing, right? That also prevents one more spot where there's an opportunity for infiltration.
Thank you.
Yep, you're right. You were adding some things to the chat. Do you want to explain a little bit where you were so folks on the phone have a sense of those resources?
Sure. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Just based on the conversation earlier, there were some questions about how much drainable liquid or supernate is in the SX tank farm right now. The way I would discriminate between what is supernate versus what is drainable interstitial liquid is that supernate is just liquid. It's a pool sitting on top of your salt layer, and you've got just this big block of salt underneath it. And that salt has pores in it, has little holes. And those holes are also filled with water. And some of that water would stay in the salt if there was a hole in the bottom of the tank. And you can calculate how much would fall out of the salt if there was a hole. And so there's total interstitial liquid and drainable interstitial liquid. And the drainable stuff is the stuff that would drop out if there was a hole in the tank. So again, you have a pool of water and then you have the drainable interstitial liquid. And the table that I just posted in the chat comes from the monthly tank waste status reports that are available on the administrative record. It goes tank farm by tank farm and lines out how much of what kind of material is in each tank. And there is a drainable interstitial liquid column. So I was just pointing out that for SX farm alone, there's only 1,000 gallons of free liquid in one of the tanks. However, there are 280,000 gallons of drainable interstitial liquid across those farms. And it relates to our advice for this afternoon, because if you then expand that and say, what about all of the single shell tanks, you're in the 3.7 million, I want to say, 3.4 million, I can't remember the exact number, gallons of drainable liquids still in the single shell tanks today.
Somebody
I had a question.
Equation.
Yeah, I had a question for you, Karthik. Could you paint us a picture of what it would look like and what would be the new challenges if a dome were to collapse? What would that mean?
All right, Jeff, first of all, just say good things. All right, no, that's I'll give you two perspectives, right? That's something we want to absolutely avoid. I think that's not a good day for anybody. From a safety standpoint, let's talk about that for a second. And this is just me thinking out loud. There is 9 feet of soil on top. There's a lot of concrete on top, so it'll be encapsulated very quickly. Right, that's the way our DSA, our safety basis, thinks about that. And that's really, from an implication standpoint, you're talking 5-10 million gallons of encapsulation on top of it.
Okay. And from a practitioner standpoint,
that's physically what occurs, right?
Yeah.
Again, I am not by any means is that a good day. We're doing everything that we can conceivably do, right, to prevent that as a pretty significant event.
Mm-hmm. The reason I ask is because some people might have in their heads the image of a poof, that you get some cloud of something if a tank were to collapse. But from the conversations I've heard, that's not what is conceived of by the people who are studying this. And I just wanted that out there. However, it does make it very difficult to retrieve any of that waste once it's been buried. So thank you.
So Bob Suyama, you want to do the recap and wrap up?
Yes, and usually I say, when can you come back and brief us? But Kartik is very good about bringing up these issues and when he has information to share. So I would ask Kartik to continue to let us know when there's something we should know about. So thank you very much. And I think we're ready for a lunch break. And we're on schedule. How about that?
Okay. So for those of you who just cannot step away from your computer at lunch, there are 2 emails that Josh sent out. And Rob, I'll get you in just a sec. That have to do with the draft advice you're talking about at 1 o'clock. So check your emails. There's some information from Pam Larson. There's some information from Jerry Paulette that you may want to consider at 1 o'clock. Rob, you got your hand up.
Yeah, my question is that, are we going to get the actual report name, or are we going to be able to get copies of this latest report that you referenced at the very beginning of the talk?
The Pnnl report?
Yes. Can we see that report?
Yeah.
Sometime.
Yeah, so I would just tell you that we just got the report this week, and so it's going to go through some clearance process. So when that is, it'll be available.
Okay. We'll just take action sometime to make sure that we get that report number out to people, and we can go look it up on OTC or wherever we're looking at. All right, thanks.
So this afternoon is very important. We have the final review of the single shell tank advice. Brian Harkins is coming in to answer some questions on TBI. And then we have open forum, and I have a number of items that I'd like to address during open forum. And then our committee business to kind of set up what we want to do in February. So come on back this afternoon. It's going to be a very important session. So Ruth, anything else?
Oh, I think we're good. We will
Okay.
see you at 1 o'clock Pacific time.
All right. Thank you.
To me, it is.
So you want to get started, Ruth?
Yeah, let's do this.
Okay. So as I talked about this morning, we presented this advice at the last board meeting, the one where we didn't have a quorum. And Jeff and the IM team has reworked it based on the comments that received. And I think I'm going to turn it over to the lead for this advice, which is Jeff Burbright. Jeff, it's all yours.
Thanks, Bob. I'm not quite sure how I became the leader, but I guess I just kept showing up, which is a good lesson for all you new folks. If you just keep showing up, they might make you the leader.
I think Jerry nominated you.
Okay. All right. So for those who might be coming into this totally brand new, let me give just a quick history of how we got to today. With regards to so let's back up. In May of this year, we were notified that it was formally declared that there was a new actively leaking single shell tank at Hanford, and that's B109, which you're going to see referred to there. We've received a few presentations from DOE and from Ecology related to this. If you're new and you want to catch up to that conversation, I recommend going to the YouTube channel for the HAB. Our last full board meeting, which was in September, I believe, there were a few discussions about this, and that's when the first version of this advice was introduced to the full board. So a good place to catch up to the conversation where it's at. So after learning about the leak in B109, we started talking amongst ourselves here in the Tank Waste Committee, not only about B109, but about the single shell tanks writ large. And it's, it came to our attention that there is currently not a plan in place for how to address either this leak or future leaks that actively develop in single shell tanks. As I mentioned earlier today, there's still about 3.4 million gallons of drainable liquid across all of the single shell tanks. And by all measures, it's going to be a lot longer than we thought before we're able to retrieve all the waste out of the single shell tanks and get that waste treated. And so despite the fact that DOE put in a lot of effort and spent a lot of money decades ago trying to get as much liquid as they could out of those tanks, we took a fresh look and said, is there anything more that we can recommend, that we can advise, that we would like to see them look at? We brought the advice forward to the board. As was mentioned, we weren't voting at that time, and so we just gathered feedback. And based on that feedback, we then went back into our issue manager team, did another round of revisions trying to capture the ideas that people had during the full board, as well as some additional input from Richard Bloom, who provided a lot of feedback to us. Jerry brought some additional information after talking to some of his people. So what you see here is different from what you saw in September. What I would characterize as some of the main differences, I think that while we still discuss the B109 leaks specifically, we have really expanded our focus to be thinking about the larger plan and program for all of the single shell tanks, and how can we abate and mitigate future leaks if we assume that there will be more that fail before we're able to get to everything. So there's that kind of shift in emphasis. We also added some kudos where we could, that the agencies are already engaged in we'll call it a corrective process for how to respond to this, but also putting in some expectations about the public process and the timeline for that kind of thing. But really, I think what changed the most was how we conceived of the actual advice points at the end. In the earlier version, there were some things that we said multiple times. There were some specific emphasis and recommendations for specific technologies. What we decided to do for this version, I'll state it simply. First, we state a value. We say it's important to the board and to the stakeholders that we represent that you address, mitigate, abate, I can't remember what exact word we use, single shell tank leaks to the extent that you can. We advocate developing new tools, and some of our background talks about some potential options for new tools that have come out of recent studies, as well as the testbed initiative. We then ask for a feasibility assessment to do an analysis of what it would take to bring new tools and see if we have any options that we haven't been thinking of before. And then based on that, we say, have a plan. And as part of that plan, we do specifically advocate doing a pilot test of one of the liquid extraction technologies that was subject of study from a year ago. And then we say, develop a program. So let's take the technologies and the assessment and the plan, and let's put them together, and let's make a program to try to have an active roving group on the site whose job it is to be actively mitigating, getting ahead of single shell tank leaks before they happen. Because one of the big things we talked about in the issue management group is that a lot of times by the time you know that there's a leak, there's just not time to mobilize everything that you would need in order to address that leak before it's too late. So there was really a lot of talk in the revision phase of really trying to plan ahead and get ahead of the leaks rather than always just be catching up and playing whack-a-mole for the next 30 years. And then the last advice points, there were two of them about let's try to find out sooner when a tank leaks by using some direct investigation technologies outside the tank, as well as involving more parties sooner in the process for determining if there's a leak. There's a point in there that came out of a comment that Richard had made in the last board meeting where he really wants to understand more about potential interactions between the pump and treat system on site that pulls groundwater up and treats it. And then, as I understand his concern, potential suction effects pulling from the tank, and if the two are connected. The last thing we ask for is to do a cost benefit risk analysis and say, what really is the harm? What really is the risk and the cost if the 3.5 million gallons of liquid that are still across all the single shell tanks were to leak? And the purpose for that would be to allow there to be some true comparisons between these new options that we want them to look at and then what the risk would be. So again, state a value, develop new tools, do some analysis, have a plan, make a program, know your tanks are leaking sooner, and do a risk-benefit analysis. Those are really the essence of what we talked about in the group. You've seen the advice. I think the point today is just to make sure that what's here is reflective of the thoughts of this group, because it really does have to reflect all of us. So with that, I'd like to see what people think. And especially new people, if you're coming into this and you're just reading the advice, I really want to know what you think and what you're gathering and the questions that you might have. But thank you.
The other process geek thing to know for new people, that the advice process in a very high level nutshell is a committee creates an issue manager team. That team goes to work, researches an issue, drafts advice, does that work. This is an unusually large one and diverse, and that's a good thing. They're listed there at the top of the advice. In order for the full board to consider draft advice, a committee has to say, yes, we want this advice to go forward. So that's the step in this process. This is the committee looking at it and saying, go, no go. We want this to go forward to the board or it's not ready. Totally your decision. And then it goes to the full board for consideration. So that's the quick and dirty process. And we have people in queue. Pam, and then Esteban. Pam.
Thank you. There are a lot of aspects of this advice that I support. There are some, though, that I have significant objections to. And particularly when it comes to requesting funding. So this tank, as you guys recall from the briefings, there are no transfer lines. So dealing with the waste in the tanks is going to be extremely expensive unless they come up with new technology. So I'm going to just identify my major concerns. We are driving. Hopefully you can hear me. We're in the Portland area. Okay, so my beginning comment is that the advice does not respect the congressional budget process. Hanford has received record funding for the past couple of years and is in a position to maintain that for 2022. Demanding funding to address leaking single shell tanks, which we've known for years are leaking, it's just not supportable and would jeopardize the credibility of Hanford. So sadly, this isn't a perfect world and we can't get an unlimited amount of money. So here are my thoughts about the concerns, my significant concerns. First of all, what I did is I numbered the paragraphs in the background section. So on paragraph 3, someone has been taking creative writing, and they said the tank has been in communication with the environment. We need to change that wording. It has been leaking to the environment or something, but I said, what do you mean? Communicating by email or what? Okay, paragraph number 4. I suggest that we delete paragraph number 4 and replace it with the following wording. In public forums, DOE has said that it would prefer to take no additional action to stem the leak of single shell tank B109. We understand that there are no transfer lines attached to this tank, and putting lines in place would be expensive and potentially pull funding away from tank waste treatment. We do hope that DOE will pursue technologies that will address tank leaks to prevent waste materials from moving through the soil towards the groundwater. I think we should remove the references to past advice. So, I know that some people don't like to take a look at the volume of waste that's already leaked in the soil from previous spills, from transfers, from crypts and trenches. But what is leaking is inconsequential in terms of what is already in the soil in this vicinity. And I know it's not good for any more to go into the soil, but you have to take a look at it from a budget context. So let's see, and just a couple more points. Paragraph 11, after the word mission, put in a period and add, in addition, we believe. And I have submitted this wording to Ruth, so she has it. And I think it was forwarded to many members of the committee. Okay, in the advice section, I only have 2 points. Advice point number 1, the board states that as a value, that assessing single shell tank leaks in a timely manner should be a policy goal of the Hanford mission. Response options should be considered to prepare for future leaks. The public should be afforded a formal comment opportunity on response options. And then I suggest that advice point number 8 is very unclear. And I know that David Repolog is going to be joining this committee discussion. I'm hoping that he's on now. He has a family medical issue that he needs to deal with at 2 o'clock. But he deals with the congressional staff, with the Appropriations Committee, the Authorizations Committee, and I would really appreciate it if he would share his immediate interactions with those people, because I've been retired for 1.5 years. So those are my suggestions, and as I said, of the 9 advice points, I am making suggestions on changing 1 and pointing out that 1 is unclear, and primarily my concerns with the background. Thank you very much.
And Josh should have sent Pam's a written version of what Pam just went through to you all probably this morning right before the Tanks meeting kicked off. But it's under Josh's name because he was forwarding it. So if you're looking for that, that's how you'll find it. Esteban.
So thank you for this. And as a new person, or what do you want to call it, but, one of the things that I really was excited because, few people know what's going on here, and that I think reading it and what's coming up, that and how it was quoted, it's the most contaminated site on the Western Hemisphere, right? But one of the things I've learned, and I think before coming to Washington State, I was in DC, working with a bunch of scientists from a nonprofit. And like I think it's been mentioned, has been money put into this, and I know the resources, and especially with everything that's going on. One of the 3 words I'm going to mention is common sense, self-awareness, and consciousness. I think, like Pam just mentioned, that there's a lot of resources that have been contributed to these to make this, to clean this up, and especially deal with the tank issue. But I think, one of the things that somebody told me recently is like, for, future generations, and I think it's growing. To me, I just moved out here in 2019. A lot of young generations, are aware of this, but don't want to really look at how to tackle it, or how is this going to be tackled, right? So how can we turn this into the most best cleanup and show the country with the resources we got? Because what's going to happen with infrastructure, and everything in the area. I think water issues and other things. How are we going to really get these resources, especially to deal with these tanks and other nuclear waste where the technology, it's kind of still in the process? And to me, I think if everybody could just kind of, like with that, look at the reality, I think really what can actually be done. These kind of use some common sense and self-awareness. I think y'all been dealing with this a lot, definitely a lot more than me, and not new to this process, but to keep moving forward at a rate, at least, that something is happening, instead of I think like the biggest takeaway, I think it was from Steve, when he said that he's been dealing with it for 75 years. I think my term's only 2 years, so hopefully we can get something done. More than anything, I think to turn this into like the biggest, cleanup, and kind of focus on that. I know it's kind of corny or whatever, but how can we make and keep the process moving, with this? Because yeah, the resources, especially, contributing to this cleanup, they have been there. It's just how can we use these resources to the best way to clean it up.
Thank you. Jerry. Let's get you off mute so we can hear you.
Nope.
There you go.
It finally worked. Okay, there. Pam's, and I sent a response, Pam, that you may not have seen, but there are some things that I don't understand about your response, Pam, to this advice. Number one, though, is the starting point as a value, that allowing a tank to leak is a setback to all cleanup efforts. The whole point of spending $1 bazillion, which is what we're spending on treatment, is to keep tank waste out of the soil and groundwater. And since the last calculation made public about the tank leak, we know that hundreds of gallons of high-level nuclear waste have leaked from B109 into the soil. Waste that could have been prevented from leaking if prompt action had been taken. What does it cost to take prompt action? Practically nothing. So I have no problem, and I would be happy to say in the advice point that the background paragraph, that we understand that no transfer lines are available in this area around the B tank. However, to go on and say, however, the board expects US DOE to demonstrate if waste can be removed from a leaking tank, liquid waste can be removed from a leaking tank without transfer lines, using the enhanced salt well pumping that US DOE's own report recommended as the response technology to be used for leaking tanks in 2017, referenced in our advice. And secondly, using available equipment that is on hand and basically removes leakable liquid and puts it into a portable, low activity waste, liquid waste, licensed, permitted transport container. And then it has two paths. It can either go into a double shell tank or it can go to treatment as a demonstration of test bed initiative. If you use the second path, we already have the funding from Congress to do that. And Congress, and maybe David Replogue will be able to comment on this, I know from speaking to members of Congress, they're damn frustrated that we haven't used the money that they appropriated, $10 million, for the test bed initiative to demonstrate and see if this process works. They're also really frustrated about the inaction on a leaking tank. And we jeopardize a huge amount of support in Congress and the public if we allow tanks to just leak into the ground. So I would be happy to say we recognize that there is no transfer line in the vicinity of B109, and we are calling for a demonstration in the advice to see if, without a transfer line, liquids can be removed from the tank as the law requires and put into a mobile system for either treatment or adding to a double shell tank. In terms of double shell tank capacity, you're talking about 15,000 gallons only from B109 leakable liquids. So there is capacity to move it if you want to do that. But this is the opportunity to test whether or not we can treat this waste, having removed the cesium inside the tank, and dispose of it after treatment without it going into the ground at Hanford. And I hope that that makes sense and might offer a compromise, Pam, to say we recognize that there's no transfer line, but there's a low-cost opportunity to demonstrate that we don't need a transfer line to remove waste from a leaking tank and see if it works.
So Jerry, I can concur with that, but I thought, and I absolutely support TISCR and test bed initiative, but I thought we were told that the liquid in this tank would not be applicable for some reason.
You were told two things, Pam, and you missed the committee meeting, I think, where we discussed this, and there's been extensive rebuttal. That number one, you were told that the existing enhanced salt well pump arm built for test bed initiative for SY101 is too long to fit into B109. It took about 20 minutes only for my phone to ring off the hook, with engineers laughing at that claim, which was absolutely demonstrably false. And DOE's own engineering design, which is now posted for TBI, demonstrates this, that in fact, the arm is too short for B109, not too long, and that can be added. I mean, basically, it is a little tiny extension and easy to do. And in terms of the molarity, the company that produces the ion exchange resin confirmed that A, it will work. You already have low cesium in the tank. And B, the engineers have said, all you need to do is put in a 1 gallon per minute flow and you fix that in the arm. So it is and again, we're saying, let's demonstrate it. Let's see if it works. If the US DOE says, oh, we tried and it doesn't work, then okay, then we're stuck. But there's really good reason to have advice saying, if you can remove the waste, the leakable liquid, we're only talking about the leakable liquids, the interstitial liquid and supernatant. If you can remove that, why don't you do it and demonstrate that you can do so for this leaking tank, and then for the next 20 that are going to leak between now and when those tanks get emptied for vitrification under current schedules. So I hope that we could live with that as a compromise and recognize that it's a demonstration to see if you can do something where you don't have transfer lines.
Okay, Jerry, that appeals to me.
Thank you.
I'm traveling, so I haven't been able to print it and look at it, but conceptually, that appeals to me.
Right. we've got, so what's going on, just Pam, so you can use your imagination. We've sort of divided the level of effort. Jeff Burright is being a scribe extraordinaire and marking up the draft with your words. And so I can keep track of who wants to talk. And I have David Replog in queue. David, your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, first, I guess I have a few different thoughts, and hopefully these will all come out in a way that makes some sense. But first, I agree with Pam's suggested edits or some version of them for that fourth paragraph. I think it kind of cleans it up and maybe strikes the point more directly. And I also am inclined to agree, although the idea of any additional waste leaking into the groundwater or not leaking into the groundwater, but leaking out of the tanks is concerning, and we would all like to not have that happen. The reality is that this isn't a perfect world, and it is a comparatively inconsequential volume of waste. That being said, I also do think that, and strongly supportive of the test bed initiative and potentially using a leaking tank like B109 as a test case for, do we have the technology, do we have the ability to quickly address or respond to leaking tanks by using this technology. I think the larger question about appropriations and funding is a very real one. One of the things that I hear pretty regularly when talking to appropriations subcommittee staff, especially the ones who are tracking Hanford cleanup very closely and the overall EM budget very closely, they have made it very clear time and time again that they don't want funds to be used for non-cleanup purposes or to be used on kind of whatever the new shiny object is. And also that there's no secret pool of money that they can dip into to double or quadruple or more the Hanford budget. We might be able to get a little bit more here or there, but we're not looking at significant additional pots of money that we can really draw from. So we do need to be very thoughtful and considerate about what we're asking for, not asking for things that are unrealistic or not achievable. And the other element is that we do have an OMB, Office of Management and Budget, that ultimately controls the president's budget request and has a lot of control over the EM and Hanford cleanup budget. And so those are all factors that need to be, I think, considered not only in this situation, but overall in the HAB's advice, the community's advice, requests, whatever it might be. But as I understand it, and I don't know for certain, I haven't been a part of some of the other conversations about kind of scoping what this idea of using salt well pumping combined with TBI, what it would cost. But my understanding is that, at least the sense is that it's not, in Hanford funding terms, it's not incredibly expensive. And if that is the case, then suggesting that they move forward with at least an analysis of what that would look like, what it would cost, what the timeline would be, and then how it could be applied elsewhere across the Hanford site as necessary seems to make sense. But I guess I would just add, and maybe a question for folks who have been a part of some of these other conversations. Do we know if there has been any predictions of cost? Because I mean, I think if we're talking about tens of millions or maybe even hundreds of millions or low hundreds, then that doesn't necessarily pull funding away from other efforts. But if we're talking about several hundred million or more, especially over multiple fiscal years, then that becomes a real issue that we need to be very careful about.
Right. Marissa, you've got your hand up. What's on your mind?
I just had a couple, 2 or 3 comments. The first is, although some people see the amount leaking from B109 as trivial, it is all these trivial amounts that have added up to the millions of gallons and that will continue to add to the millions of gallons that have released into the soil. I think. And then on a cultural perspective, there are those who have very different ties to the land. And this was a culturally significant area. And each amount that is released into the environment is contaminating that very important area. And secondly, I think Congress needs to know that the amount of funding is inadequate to prevent these releases to the environment. And I agree, with Esteban, this is the biggest contaminated site in the Western Hemisphere. This isn't similar to other sites. That's all I have.
Thank you, Marissa. Gary.
In response to Dave's question, the equipment for removal of leakable liquids from B109 is readily available. Fabrication was under $200,000. The processing is 1/50th, 1/50 per gallon compared to DF law. And so essentially the estimate is that including deployment, and we need to look at what the staffing levels would be, et cetera, but essentially based on prior deployment in tank farms for staffing of less extensive efforts, you are talking about far less than $10 million to drain the interstitial liquid from B109. But when we're talking about simply putting in the arm and doing the first initial test of a couple thousand gallons, you'd be talking well under $10 million, probably in the $2 million range. So, I mean, you are literally talking about funding that is a drop in the bucket. And here's the irony. The funding is available because this would be testing or demonstrating the test bed initiative, which Congress has already appropriated $10 million, and it's just sitting there waiting to be used. So it doesn't divert funding from anything, and it's very, very minor.
David, and then I want to check with folks on the phone because I can't tell if they're trying to get in. David?
Yeah, thanks, Jerry. That was very helpful. And yeah, especially if we're talking about in that price range, and to your point that a lot of it is funding that's already been appropriated, then, I mean, I think having the HAB suggest or advise that we proceed, to me, makes a great deal of sense. And I also wanted to, I guess, respond a little bit to Marissa's comments, because I don't think I was particularly eloquent perhaps in my comments earlier, but I don't disagree at all that any new introduction of waste into the ground is problematic and is not something that we want. I think all of Hanford, in many respects, at least in my opinion, is sort of a balancing act. Do we spend a bunch of time and effort and money to address things like this? And I'm not saying that this $10 million wouldn't be the case, but to address an issue that might come up that causes some additional insult to the environment, if you could call it that, but at the expense of doing things that bring down the overall length of the cleanup, or that address bigger threats to the environment sooner. And there's not usually any sort of perfect answer to that. But I do worry a lot with a lot of what we talk about, that we end up chasing our tails, or not really able to see the forest through the trees because we're so busy addressing or being concerned about one particular thing, but we still have 55 million additional gallons of waste to clean up, or we have a bunch of cesium and strontium capsules in a pool, or we have a really hot waste site just next to the Columbia River in the city of Richland. And so these are all things that we need to balance. And then the second point, I mean, what I spend a lot of time doing is working with congressional offices Just a little bit of background. I spent 12 years working in the delegation. I know how hard our senators and our congressmen work to get us the funding that we get. They work really, 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 really hard. And we have, on the subcommittee side, we have staff who are who actually on both the House and the Senate. He used to work for Senator Murray, who know Hanford right and left, and they are also very committed to the cleanup. But we're already getting $2.5 or more billion out of a $7.5 billion EM budget. There are some realities that we have to face, that even if we are the most contaminated site in the world, there's only so much political support in Congress to change the funding parameters. And one of the things that we all need to try to think about doing is how do we make the best use of that money to make the most impact, and also to prove to other members of Congress, say in Iowa or Illinois, who don't have a dog in the fight, that a dollar sent to Hanford for cleanup is as good of a use of dollars as one sent to Savannah River or Oak Ridge or anywhere else in the complex. And so I want to just give that additional context, because I don't know if I was especially eloquent before, but I like the idea, again, of moving forward with potentially B109 as the initial test of whether TBI can move forward, and especially in addressing newly identified leaking tanks.
Right. So your chair is suggesting that we take the last folks in the queue and then start moving through this paragraph by paragraph. We allocated 2 hours for this, and we're 40 minutes into it. So I hate to be the time nag, but I'm the time nag. I've got 6 people on the phone. Do we have anybody on the phone who wants to share a thought, ask a question, make a comment? Very quiet phone people. Right, Steve Anderson.
Thanks. Hopefully people can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think just to Jerry's points and balancing Dave's concerned comments about cost, I appreciate the extent of which you reviewed our opportunities here, Jerry, especially related to the money options and the testbed initiative. Clearly, the publicity that comes from a leaking tank needs to be, I think, addressed with quick response. And this really gives us an opportunity to put the testbed initiative forward as an example of what we can do. And I think the future potential is tremendous. Like Jerry says, if you can subsidize transfer lines in the future potential areas of concern, which is leaks that we haven't seen yet or have been told about, then it's just really a win-win, and it gives DOE an attaboy for addressing something that they've already said they would address, which is not putting any more contamination into the soil. I do concur with Dave. Yeah, it may be a minor amount, but that's not the point. I think the publicity that we get over the fact that things are leaking gets way more attention than the fact that we've got huge volumes that need to be cleaned up. So anytime we can help squash the public, I guess, negative view of what's happening by doing things that we've already said we will do, it makes a lot of sense. So I won't take up any more time. Let's go through and edit.
Right. So for new folks, we are now at the part of this drama where we go paragraph by paragraph, double check the words, agree on things where we need to tweak them, and then at the end, I will ask the committee, is it ready to go to the full board? And then you as a committee make a go, no-go decision. So welcome to the sausage factory. Jeff, can we go up to the top, please?
We sure can. And if, especially, again, I'll put out the invite. If you're new and you want to have any kind of opinion or question about this, we want to hear from you. So please chime in.
And I would make one comment. Less is better. Advice should be short and hard hitting. And sometimes the committees put a lot of background information that may not help the advice points.
How dare
Okay.
Yes. So the balancing act is how much do you have to know to understand the advice versus our love of detail and weeds.
Certainly.
So background, first paragraph. No suggested changes at this time. Are you all okay with the first paragraph? I'm not hearing anything. I don't like saying silence is agreement. For this exercise, I'm going to.
I guess I'll chime in then. The only thing that that the tanks will continue to leak, you know, from past evidence, we believe that will be the case. But just to blatantly say that, you know, and they're going to leak again. I don't know, just a minor point.
Will likely continue. Does that help?
Thank you. I mean, that's really the reality.
Jerry, I hate to tell you what you put in the chat. Can others read what Jerry put in the chat? I actually am having a really hard time. It's coming black on black.
Yeah.
I don't understand why cut and paste isn't working there. I will have to send it. I'll send it by email.
Okay.
Track insertion to you and Jeff. I keep cutting and pasting and trying to put it in.
Right.
Sorry.
And Jerry, I apologize. I'm working on one screen, so I can't actually see the chat right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
Okay.
So Jerry, is your revision for this paragraph or a different one?
Different. It's for later, further in where Pam had reviewed.
Okay. We will.
First paragraph looks good. Second one, I have no comment.
Okay. So are we on the second one? Jeff was
Third one.
reviewing things.
Okay, we're looking at the markup that Jeff is updating as we go along.
Right. So Jeff is
Yes.
playing scribe. Josh is taking notes. I'm trying to keep track of who wants to speak.
Okay.
It's a team effort.
So I see no comments on the second paragraph.
Good on the second paragraph.
Do we need to read these for the people on the phone, or?
Yeah, let me read the first paragraph for the folks on the phone. So first paragraph of the background. The recent leak of Hanford's single shell high-level nuclear waste tank, SST, B109, reminded us all of some truth. The SSTs are long past their designed life. They have leaked in the past and will likely continue to develop new leaks in the future. Tank leaks take a long time to verify and are hard to stop before the opportunity to effectively respond to the leak is gone. Current estimates are that 3.37 million gallons of liquid, 6% of the 56 million total gallons of waste in the tanks, still reside in the SSTs, decades after a previous campaign to remove the majority of the pumpable liquid into double shell tanks. This liquid contains a significant inventory of soluble chemicals and radionuclides that would be added to the long-term management burden and cost on the Central Plateau if they leak before they can be retrieved.
And and for those watching, I added the word leakable. So 3.37 million gallons of leakable liquid, because that is the tally of the, as I described earlier today, the drainable interstitial liquid plus supernate. There's actually more liquid, I think, in the salt pores, but not all of it would drain. So
it's good.
So I'm going to read the second paragraph and then I'm going to go to Liz. Second paragraph, quote, do no harm during cleanup, unquote, is a value held by the Hanford Advisory Board since its inception in 1990. Board concerns about the long time frame required to mobilize infrastructure in response to a leaking tank, the looming lack of tank space to retrieve waste as tanks fail, and uncertainty around future decisions regarding removal of tank waste that has leaked into the soil is the driving force behind this advice.
And that's a run-on sentence, so it must be mine.
Yes.
So we might want to shorten that up somehow.
So I've got Liz and I've got Rob, correct? Yes, Liz and then Rob.
I'm just in the queue to give a plug for new people who might be intimidated by this process or not know how to jump in if they have a question. That what we're doing right now is deciding what the tank waste committee is going to give the thumbs up consensus approval for this advice to move forward to the full board for consideration. So if you have a question or you're like, that doesn't make sense to me, you could put it in the chat or you can raise your hand and ask it. And I know it can be intimidating if you're like, I don't even know what that paragraph means. But anyway, I am guessing at potential experiences that may or may not be happening. I just want to invite you to participate if you're feeling like you're not sure what to do.
All right, Rob.
My comment is that I want to make sure that like in the second or third line of the first paragraph, that we imply there that they're hard to stop. The leaks are hard to stop. Hey, we don't even know how to stop these leaks. Okay, we have no idea how to stop the leaks. The only answer we have is remove the liquid.
So do you have a wording change?
No, I just want to make sure that later on when we're getting away from the background and we keep this in perspective, is the fact that we don't know how to stop these other than to remove the water or the leak or the whatever it is. And so we don't want to make an implication here that we're, we got little mites that go in and fix all the problems. We don't know how to fix these. That's all.
So what if we just remove and are hard to stop?
Sure.
Just cross that out. Time to verify before the opportunity to effectively respond.
Can I argue with you a little bit on that one, Bob?
Sure.
I think, Rob, you are right that we don't have a way to just stop a leak in its tracks except to retrieve the entire tank. But that is too hard to do. And so I would argue that hard to stop is a true statement because there is the big option, which is just retrieve the whole tank.
Well, essentially what we're saying is you want the leak to corrode so much that it kind of plugs itself. Right.
Well, what we're arguing in this advice is maybe there's a way to just remove more liquid out of the tank, which is another way to stop a leak, right? Because a dry tank won't leak.
Well, that was my point altogether, is that we don't have any action other than to remove the liquid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and again, the test bed initiative and that kind of activity really helps support this.
So let's keep going.
Yeah, keep going. I just ponder the fact that we really don't have any other options.
So let's pop down to paragraph 3 that starts the April 29, 2020. So what do we have here, Jeff?
So this is listening to Pam. We have removed the phrase has been in communication with the environment for years. So the sentence now reads, it is likely that the tank will have the capacity for continued release to the environment until this tank is retrieved. I think that this was a Richard addition in between. And his point was just that water has been coming in and coming out of tanks arguably for a long time. And he was making the provocative idea that we should just declare all the tanks as leakers and get it over with. And this was his nod to that idea. But I agree. I agree with the idea that we could remove this and the sentence does not lose its essential meaning. So I've just struck it.
Okay, so for those on the phone, paragraph 3 now reads, the April 29th, 2021 announcement of leaking SSD B109 came after 2 years of assessment and study. Current estimates show 13,000 to 15,000 gallons of drainable liquid remaining. That may take anywhere from a few to a dozen years before the liquid drains completely into the soil. It is likely that the tank will have the capacity for continued release to the environment until this tank is retrieved. Under current planning, retrieval of this tank would not begin until the year 2043.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Shall we move on? We're now at paragraph 4.
Ruth, can I just add a slight editing? The capacity thing has me thrown there. Could we just go with, it is likely that the tank may continue to release to the environment until this tank is retrieved? Is that?
Bob likes shorter.
If other people think, it's just awkward, that capacity thing.
So it now reads, it is likely that the tank may continue to release to the environment until this tank is retrieved.
And I'm glad that Pam pointed out the in communication thing, which was even weirder than capacity.
So I think what we're missing here, though, is the idea was that not only is liquid going out, which is going to happen within a dozen years, but that's not the end of it because liquid is also coming in to the tank. And we don't communicate that anymore. And so we might need to add just a little something back in.
Okay, so if you added
that goes down a different path.
Do we know that for sure?
Yeah, we do know this for sure.
We do know that the tank surface, the waste surface used to be dry. It's in a report. And then in 2014, there was a lake in the middle of the tank and it had to get there somehow.
How recently have they covered it?
It's not covered.
Right. There are two factors here for folks. One is liquid coming in, like precipitation or something else coming in and forming a lake on top. And secondly, the tank, there's strong evidence that the tank, the salt cake essentially attracts moisture and refills the interstitial liquid. And that is shown over time by significant increase in the interstitial liquid after the tank was initially pumped. So
okay, thanks.
So Jeff, do you have?
So this is absolutely valid, but it brings up a whole different line of information and documentation that I don't know we need to include in this piece of advice.
I think this is one of the points that point 8 that you were confused about, Pam. I'm pretty sure, I have to go and look, that this was, we were trying to make sure there was something in the background about this that made sense later. I'm not sure if that's the point 8, but I know we talked about it because it is confusing. That's why it said communication with the environment, because there's water coming in from the air, water going out into the soil. There's lots going on, but I think this could be said.
So Jeff
Well,
is,
so what you just said sounds good, Liz. It's like there is water coming in from the air and from the soil. You know, just make that statement.
so how about, Jeff has been typing, due to suspected ongoing water ingress from the environment, the tank may continue to release to the environment until this tank is retrieved.
You might say infiltration.
Thank you. I was looking for the word.
Okay.
So it's pretty commonly known that closed spaces breathe during the temperature fluctuations from day and night, and then they form condensate on the inside. And that's real common, like the preservation of piping out in the field or whatever. Granted that we are insulated by 16 feet of dirt, and the temperature is likely similar, but still, the tanks will breathe over time. And as they do, they'll bring in the relative humidity of the surrounding air. And then when that changes, it'll condense on the surface. So, that's pretty known. So it's not a mystery.
Okay. The mystery may be how we're going to do 5 pages in the next hour. Let me read this paragraph as the massaging has left it right now. The April 29th, 2021 announcement of leaking SST B109 came after 2 years of assessment and study. Current estimates show 13,000 to 15,000 gallons of drainable liquid remaining that may take anywhere from a few to a dozen years before the liquid drains completely into the soil. Due to suspected ongoing water infiltration into the tank, it may continue to release to the environment until this tank is retrieved. Under current planning, retrieval of this tank would not begin until the year 2043.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Right. Next paragraph. This one, the original was kind of short, and Pam has a rewrite.
And then Jerry has a rewrite as well, so it's a little bit complicated.
Okay.
I support Jerry's. This is Pam.
Okay, so I'm going to read Jerry's rewrite of paragraph number 5. It's on the right side of the screen for those of you who have screens. The board understands that there are no transfer lines attached to B109. Putting lines in place would be expensive and take time and funding. Our advice is to determine through a demonstration if enhanced salt well pumping, the technology that US DOE recommended as a response to use in leaking single shell tanks, with in-tank cesium removal, can remove the leakable liquid without transfer lines via a licensed low activity waste container. We do hope that DOE will pursue technologies that will address tank leaks to prevent leaks that would move through the soil to the groundwater.
I actually have problems with this. I don't know what other people think.
Looks like Liz may have some concerns.
It's also advice. It's not history.
Okay, what was the original?
I'm fine with what it was before that suggestion. That we understand that addition is fine with me.
Okay, so originally it read. Okay, what I think I'm reading. In public forums, DOE has said it would prefer to take no additional action to stem the leak of SST B109. We understand that there are no transfer lines attached to this tank, and putting lines in place would be expensive and potentially pull funding away from tank waste treatment. However, inaction goes against the board's do no harm value and defies legal requirements to act by withdrawing leaking tanks from service and draining as much liquid waste as necessary to stop the leak immediately or as soon as feasible. In 2013, when the SST T111 was similarly declared to be leaking, Washington's governor announced that the state has a zero tolerance policy for new tank leaks. Board Advice 271 advised DOE to remove the drainable liquid from single shell tanks, focusing first on leaking tanks. We do hope that DOE will pursue technologies such as removal of only the interstitial leakable liquid that will address tank leaks to prevent waste materials from moving through the soil towards
And then Ruth, this is Jeff here.
Yeah.
There is a third version, and I think we're not going to make it if we just have to read every variant of everything.
Okay.
But there was a version where I took sentences from what Pam had recommended as a replacement and added them to that original paragraph where we say we understand there are no transfer lines and putting them in place would be expensive. Currently, I have it keeping in that we mentioned the zero tolerance policy and the past advice, and we can talk that through. But then I added Pam's other sentence about we hope that DOE will pursue technologies such as removal of only the interstitial leakable liquid that'll address tank leaks, prevent waste materials, et cetera. Trying to split the difference there. My issue with what Jerry has proposed is that it's a little too technology specific, and we really worked in the last revision to not go too deep on there only being one way to do this. And as was mentioned by Steve, we're trying to keep it background and save the advice for the advice section. I think the purpose of this paragraph is to say we understand that it's hard. It's coming into conflict with some stated policies and advice, and so there's this essential conflict here.
So can people live with Jeff's basket weave of the old and the new?
Wow, that's a lot of change. That's hard to embrace on a phone call.
Is it, so Liz is pointing out, I know you can't see the chat, Pam. Liz is pointing out there are two sentences added to what was originally there. I'm going to ask the question, it's weird. Is it good enough to pass out of committee to the full board?
I'm on my iPad and I can't see what she suggested, but I do think that we can pass it on subject to further revision by the issue manager team. That would be my suggestion.
The committee's gotta do a go, no go. We don't have another meeting now and then. Mary, jump in.
So my concern is that I'm generally there, and we added the language that Pam had written. We understand there are no transfer lines. My concern is that we've lost clarity that we're talking about pursuing technologies such as removal of only interstitial liquid without referencing that we're asking you to DOE to pursue demonstrations, see if you can do it without transfer lines. That's what I was trying to get in language that Jeff found too complicated to put in, or too specific. But if you could find a way of just adding a couple of words saying, such as removal of interstitial liquid through mobile, with mobile containers or without transfer lines, I think solves the problem.
Jerry, could that be support for the advice though?
Well, I just think it gets complicated. You know, we've raised this other thing, and when I read it now, I go, well, but you just said there are no transfer lines, so I have no clue how you'll remove this waste. And so we need to say there might be something, you know, you don't need a transfer line to remove it.
So I guess I could see that as being the advice.
Aren't we down in the weeds though? I mean, we're supposed to be looking for high level stuff. And I look at this thing and it's 6 pages long. The important people that we want to read this to be read by are just going to give it to an aide and say, summarize it for me.
Well, a couple things on that point is, one is the aides do the work no matter what anyway, and they do need this background, and they're the ones who read it. Number two, so here's for all the aides, current and former, and those to come that were trained. Number two is news media and editors will read it, and the public that's very highly interested. But I think that, Jeff, you captured it there. Without the need for transfer lines is the only, you know, I think that captures it fully, and it answers my concern that we haven't raised in something in the paragraph above that's impossible to meet.
Right. So can you all live with basically the addition of 2 sentences to what was originally there?
Yeah, we can. I can.
And no deletion, just addition.
Correct.
So I you know, I just can't get my head around it looking at an iPad as I'm driving across the state. So we normally have a rule that if you engage in conversation in committee, that you do not object or provide changes when it comes to the HAB for adoption. I request that those of us engaged in this conversation have an opportunity to discuss the wording of this section. And maybe it's fine, I don't know, but I just can't get my head around it. Thank you.
Let's keep going because we're down to about 50 minutes left and we're only on page 2. Next paragraph has no markup visible.
And remember, guys, this is background. We're not to the advice point yet. So this is just setting the stage.
Comments on the paragraph that says DOE has referred to the amount of contamination. You okay with that one?
Yep.
Moving down, DOE has also stated that. Take a look at that paragraph.
This is Steve Wigman. Yeah, I would just suggest removing that paragraph because we don't know where they would get the funding. And I think they would cut something like dry storage of capsules before they would cut direct feed law.
Are we okay with deleting that? Yes.
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 We got to leave a few things for the full board to cut because they'll cut all kinds of stuff out. If we leave a few, that's what.
And actually, this is great because one of the things Pam added is the same idea as this, and so she got to it more efficiently. So this is good.
Next paragraph, there is currently no plan to proactively mitigate. Okay with that one? paragraph, based on the monthly waste tank summary report. And that paragraph kind of straddles the footnotes. Don't worry about the formatting. We'll deal with that. Not hearing anything. Let's go down to the board. Yes? Here's someone? All right, next paragraph starts, the board notes the 2020 Hanford SST liquid retrieval study. Okay, the next paragraph, the board also observes that the test bed initiative proposes
This is the time I really appreciate the hotel meetings because they got those little bowls of little mints and things you can have one and read at the same time, you know.
And cookies from Susan.
Yeah. Okay, next paragraph. The board understands that any action on the site is costly. Jeff added one in addition, a minor edit.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
I'm not hearing anything. The good news is that's the background section that you just got through. Shall we move to advice? Advice point number 1 has some edits.
And if I can jump in, Ruth.
Yes, please.
Pam has recommended that we replace all of the language in number 1 with what's there on this. What I'm proposing is a yes and, where we talk about the main change is that instead of saying the board states to value that SST leaks can be abated and responded to, she's saying assess the SST leaks in a timely manner. I would like to make a pitch that we say assess the SST leaks in a timely manner and abating and responding to SST leaks to the extent feasible should be a policy goal. Is that a good enough straddle where we can kind of keep the importance of action when you can?
I'm okay with that.
On one hand, it's a pretty low mark, you know, because we're letting them leak in the first place. Our Hanford mission is no leaks. Just perspective.
Okay,
No,
looks
no
good.
leaks is not possible. We have no magic to make that happen.
Well, and frankly, the tank EIS from 2012 assumed that when we are retrieving tanks, we're going to lose 4,000 gallons out of each and every tank, just for the sake of the analysis. I mean, they're assuming that, yeah, some amount is unavoidable, but they didn't look at this scenario, which is what happens if they leak before we even get to them.
You're not kidding me. 4,000 per tank.
Yeah, it was just for the sake of analysis. But because there are enough tanks that have intrusions already, they had to assume that they wouldn't be perfect.
Yeah, that's horrific, but yeah.
Shall we move to advice point 2? Advising about proactive abatement technology. Okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I have
number
right, this is Steve. I have a question on that one.
Yeah.
Invest in proactive abatement technologies with special focus on addressing interstitial liquids. As I recall, interstitial liquids are largely not leakable.
Well, Steve, what I've been saying since this morning was that there is some amount that is not leakable. That is true. And it'll get held up by the salt like water in a sponge. However, they have done the math to figure out how much of it would drop out, and that's this 3.37 million gallon figure.
So if the word drainable is added, will that help you, Steve?
Yes.
Jeff, this is Dan. I have a comment on item number 2.
Great.
You say the board advises TPA agencies to invest in proactive abatement technologies. Ecology does not invest in technologies. We are a regulator. We oversee DOE's investments in things. But I think you're off the mark the way that's worded.
Okay. How about invest in support? Because they're going to need regulatory support if they want to try some new things.
I think as long as you get away from the implication that I see here that we're going to spend money on abatement technologies, by that I mean ecology, that might be okay.
Marissa.
I had more of a quick question.
Okay.
So the pore water will continue to leak, may leak slower, but as the water infiltrates and moves into the pores, will it continue to dissolve the salts?
I think so.
Is that Jacob?
There's different solubility curves for each of the constituents that make up the waste. And some of them even have reverse solubility with temperature. So it's a pretty complex question, but the interstices are physically held water, whereas the bond or hygroscopic water is an adsorbed water. So there's what the free flowing water is the interstices, or it's things that you can pull out of it. The hygroscopically absorbed water is basically a thermal and relative humidity effect.
So Marissa, you got everything from a yes to a more detailed response.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. I studied some of it in grad school, but not not anything this complex. Thank you.
Jeff, you've got a suggestion from Susan Coleman. Invest in and or support.
Can you change the and? Yeah, thank you. That way it gives ecology the option.
Great.
Anything more on number 2? Let's move to number 3. Asking for information. Not hearing anything. Let's go to number 4. We'll have to figure out the formatting. So some of this is bolded and some isn't. We can deal with formatting later. So we have Josh. Number 4, advising about a leak mitigation plan.
You know, I wonder if this thing about the pilot test should go in number 2, because number 2 is the one about technology.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
In there, it's just under number 2. So number 4 becomes a shorter shorter piece of advice about a leak mitigation plan. Number 5, agility responding to leaks. Rob.
On just, we passed 4. I had the question is that we've asked for this kind of information before, or is this different? The question is, we've known we've had leaks before. When we had leaks in the double shell, we wanted a response plan. We wanted, and we want a procedure. We want notification. We wanted all this stuff, and did we get it all? And then how is this any different than something like that?
So there is a double shell tank emergency pumping guide or a leak response plan.
Right, 3 pages or yes.
Right. There is not a sister accompanying plan for the SSTs. And so this is merely saying, do unto the SSTs as you have done unto the DSTs.
Okay, so we really appreciate their effort from before and want it mimicked here. Okay.
All right. Jacob's put something in the chat. Marissa, you might want to check this. It has to do with the solubility question that you had asked about earlier.
For some reason, I can't see the chat today. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. I'll send it to you in an email. Hopefully it will copy.
Thank you so much.
So are we on number 5?
Yes.
So agility and SST leak. We okay with number 5? Number 6 has to do with borehole logging and monitoring. Number 7, who to include in tank leak assessment process.
Do they not do that now?
Well, we can let ecology respond to that, but my understanding is that maybe they were informally informed that there was an assessment going on, but when you look at the meeting minutes from the leak assessment meetings for the year leading up to the formal notice, it was only contractor personnel, if I recall correctly.
Dan McDonald, do you have any thoughts on inclusion or non-inclusion?
I don't, Ruth. I'd have to defer to Jim or Jeff if they're on.
You could leave it in there for now and maybe get a response later.
Yeah, I mean, there have been times where advice has gone to the board and one of the agencies has suggested a factual correction.
Okay.
Jerry, are you going back to number 4? Bullet number 4, is that your comment?
So Jerry, to your point, we didn't delete it, we moved it to advice point number 2, and I can show it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't see up there, and
Yeah, it migrated. It didn't disappear.
okay, that's why I at first didn't think there was an issue, but I then
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Are there any other comments in the chat we need to work through before we get to number 8? Looks like no.
No,
Okay. So number 8, this is a pet interest of Richard's and anyone else who thinks along these lines, wanting to understand more about, he saw a correlation between the year that the pump and treat started up near the bee farm and when the leak started. And he's looking for more information. When we talked about this one in the IM team, we said, what if we bring it as far as the committee meeting and then we use this to try to get it on a future agenda and then delete it? And he thought that sounded like a fine idea. So this might address Pam's concern about it being kind of an unclear advice point. If Gary or Ruth or people can just make a note that this is an information need of this committee.
And I have added it to my list, which is a pretty long list, but as Jeff said, Richard was really concerned about the fact that there may be a pressure differential when the pump and treat started that sucked or caused more of the leak to start showing up. So I think this is one that might be a joint discussion between RAP and tanks based on the pump and treat discussion we had yesterday.
Thank you.
last, supplemental risk assessment.
When we say that it should include consideration of schedules not being met, does that kind of move us toward what happens if we wait till everything falls apart? Or the no action alternative? I mean, I don't have a real problem with it the way it's written. I was just curious what the intent was.
Yeah, Steve, there's a slight difference between what this is and what the no action alternative is, because the no action alternative from the EIS back in the day was that we never retrieved the tanks at all. What this is saying is, let's look at what happens if we're late. And the interstitial liquid is what leaks out, but eventually you do go retrieve the rest of the tank waste. And so it's kind of a middle ground question of what is the risk if we do nothing as single shell tanks continue to leak over the next 30 or 40 years, which, seems to be the current strategy. Well, let's figure out what that actually would do to the environment rather than guess. And then that could inform whether or not it's worth it to pursue some of these other options that we're asking them to look at.
I just feel like we're already late, so we're thinking about what if we're later. Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So you've got background. You have 8 advice points. For those of you that are new to the process, in this case, there's a reference list because there are footnotes in the document. And attachment, okay, as well. Advice, just so you know, in terms of a process, the last page of this advice template doesn't actually go with the advice when it's sent. It's meant to help the committee and the board figure out who you want to send the advice to. The board advises the TPA agencies, so you can choose to send it to DOE or DOE and Ecology and EPA. So you get to choose who the 2 is. You also, the board will choose who gets copies of the advice, and that's what that big checklisty thing is at the back of the template. in reality, advice looks like a letter. And it is a letter signed by the chair, and all the advice is numbered. So this turns into something that looks like, and it gets posted on the website, and then agencies respond. So the go, no go question is this document ready? Does the committee have agreement on sending this document to the full board for consideration to become advice number?
Could I make one comment?
Yeah.
I was not an advocate of earlier versions of this, but the rewrites and the conversations have swayed me, and I'm very ready for this to go forward with that. And I look forward to a rigorous discussion that provides all members with an opportunity to weigh in. Ideally, this would make a subject for a committee of the whole, but I don't think any of you would tolerate waiting until we could schedule such an event. So I'm willing to support. And I say that just because as chair, I'm thinking I might not even be willing to sign it, but I would. Jerry and Jeff have been very persuasive.
So what I did hear is Pam had concerns about one paragraph. I would say we send this on, make sure Pam gets a chance to see it, and make sure she has a chance to buy in on this one, because she did have concerns on that one part. But I think it's ready. And fantastic job by Jeff and Jerry and the rest of the crew.
Thoughts from our new members? You have just survived your first piece of draft advice. Do you have questions or reactions, or we want to make sure you keep coming back?
And we did it half an hour earlier than I thought. I thought this thing would go on forever. Did you have Liz on the issue manager list? She is one of the key movers and shakers on this.
Yep, at the top. I'm not looking at it. Jeff, is she up at the top of the advice? Liz listed in the IMT.
Oh, let me check.
I know I added Richard Bloom and Pam Larson.
Okay, so that's a version control difference because the version I have doesn't list any names at the top. So we'll have to merge those.
I'll fix that. I have Jerry Paulette, Jeff Burright, Bob Suyama, Shelley Simone, Amber Waldriff, Marissa Merker, Susan Leckband, Richard Bloom, Pam Larson, and I'm going to add this.
Well, that's a quorum right there, isn't it? We're all set.
Pretty much. So I will, yeah.
There's some messages from Liz. Liz?
Sorry, I was just advocating, and I'm just tired. Otherwise, I'd just do it myself. For someone to just copy and paste that paragraph and send it to Pam by email. Then she should be able to just read it on her phone before the end of the meeting.
Okay.
And then we don't have to have another go around later.
Is I sent to Pam just a minute ago.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Okay,
Welcome.
so you sent it to me as an email?
I did.
Okay, I'll look for it.
Okay.
And Ginger says that Jim is on and could answer our question about that advice point number, whatever it was.
Number 7.
Right. So Jim, for your benefit, the question was, to what degree was ecology involved, or is ecology involved during the leak assessment process? was ecology kept informed while the informal process was on?
It was brought up at the monthly TPA meetings we have with them. I was monitoring that data and noticed that it had made a decline, and we had discussed it with them that we had saw that and we're doing that. We are not part of a formal leak review process, though. And so, I haven't actually seen, other than the presentation that they have meeting about what they did and what they went through.
Okay, so it looks like our words in 7 probably still hold true.
Yeah, from my perspective, having a little more outside looking in or having some other support for different perspectives is a good idea.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So Bob, you got 2 options. One is to take a break now and just start open forum early because we've got more than one thing to do an open forum. Brian Harkins is going to join us about 3:15 to talk about TBI. But we also had the NAS update and some other things. So people
Yes,
can take a
I
lap around
think
the living room.
I think if we took the break now and come back at 3 o'clock, a little early, what I'd like is to start off with Jeff and Steve to give us a little background on the National Academy of Sciences effort that's going on. And then when we're joined by Brian at 3:15, we can move into a discussion of TBI. So let's do that. And thanks everybody for moving this advice forward. So Ruth, are we about ready to start up again?
Let's do this. So, do you have more than what I have on the agenda for open forum? We had the NAS, the TBI, and open.
Open. No, that's it.
That's it. Okay.
So why don't I start it by talking a little about what the open forum is for any new members. Open forum is an opportunity for anybody to ask questions, discuss anything that's on their mind, give us ideas on future topics, request for info that we might ask any of the TPA agencies for. It's basically anything and everything that you might want to bring up and have the committee discuss, or just drop an idea for future discussion. And so with that, it's really just an open time to bring out and discuss things that have happened. And so until Brian joins us at 3:15, one thing I asked was Jeff Burbright and Steve Wigman, who represented the HAB in Oregon at a National Academy of Sciences, I don't have the full title, discussion that was last October 20th and 21st. And the last couple of years, they've been studying supplemental waste. And so one of the key things is what's different this time And what do we expect to get out of this? Because supplemental waste is one of the things that's generated during the direct feed law process. And how do we address it? What are we going to do with it? And what kind of power might this National Academies of Sciences group have this time that's different than the last one? So with that, I was going to open it up to Jeff and Steve to kind of brief us on very quickly on what happened there. I think David Rippall was also there and gave speeches. And okay, so Jeff or Steve, whichever one of you wants to start.
Well, you let me go first because I was representing the HAB. I said
Okay.
and Jeff very eloquently represented Oregon. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, which is very likely necessary. But the scope of this analysis by the Academy is to discuss options for treatment beyond the first LAW plant. The opportunity to look at ways to not have to build the second LAW plant. It's always been recognized that, at least I think it's still recognized, that the first plant isn't going to be big enough.
Oh.
Not that we even know what it is anymore because of the changes that have been made. But the idea was that we could treat part of the LAW with the first plant, but that we would need additional capacity later on to treat the rest of it. And since about 90% of the volume of the total waste in the tanks is agreed to be low activity waste, this is the component that goes beyond the current processing capability as we perceive it. Now, what I think they're supposed to do this time is actually come up with a recommendation of what technology should be applied. And they're looking across the board at technologies. The timing is kind of odd for us as a board because we've never been empowered to have conversations about that element of the mission. And so the board really doesn't have a position yet on supplemental treatment, that second LAW plant component. So we're kind of awaiting DOE to get the opportunity to let us in on holistic negotiations and other alternative studies, and also the results of this particular academy review to see where we're going next. And hopefully we will have something to say, but we haven't had our own conversations yet. And we're kind of hoping that this is an opening for us to begin to have those conversations. And my part was just to let them know basically that we've not had those conversations yet and that we were looking forward to the opportunity to do that. If I recall right, their next public meeting is in October or April. Anyway, sometime next year. I don't have the schedule in front of me. But that will be a time for us to express our views if we've developed any by then. And I know that Jeff has studied this issue a great deal and offered a great deal of insightful conversation during that meeting. So I would just like to turn it over to Jeff and let him talk about what Oregon's perspective is, because I think that that perspective from Oregon will help us as a board think through this issue.
Jeff, I also have Dan McDonald's hand up, so the order is up to you.
Let's let Dan jump in.
All right, Dan.
Thank you, Jeff. Steve, forgive my correction, but I want to add a little detail to what's going on. Federally funded research and development centers are the one that actually do the work. The National Academy of Sciences essentially oversees the work and if you will, judges the credibility, the accuracy, and the adequacy of what the federally funded Research and Development Center, or FFRDC, actually puts out. So the meeting that we had recently, and I was on for that, and Suzanne also presented at that particular meeting, they were taking a look at the FFRDC findings and getting input from a variety of entities and interested parties on what was occurring at that particular time. What I would ask everyone to remember is that at this particular point, supplemental treatment has not been decided. At least if you take a look at what the consent decree and the tri-party agreement say, supplemental treatment was supposed to have been decided in, I believe, 2015. Someone correct me if I missed that. DOE made a decision not to choose a supplemental treatment path forward. And what the document actually says is that vitrification has to be one of the things that's considered. Ecology's position at this particular point is that vitrification is the primary processing path forward unless something else comes along that is quote unquote good as glass. And I know we've all heard that before, but there are actually 4 specific criteria associated with that phrase good as glass. And that needs to be considered as well. Now I'll turn it over to Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. First thing I'd like to ask, Ruth, could you stop sharing screen so we can see big faces on screen?
Oh, yeah.
We're in open forum. That's
yeah,
like Brady's. Thanks. So I think I talked about this at the last tank meeting. For people who are new, I'll just give the overall spiel. So the National Academies with the FFRDC, as Dan said, they did a study already back in 2017 to 2019, where they looked at 3 basic technologies for supplemental law: glass, grout, and steam reforming, which is what they're doing over in Idaho. And they came out of it with some good ideas, but no clear direction for the decision makers. And they had a whole bag full of uncertainties and things that we needed to look at further. And so Congress, probably at DOE's behest, said, all right, try again, round 2. And this time we want you to look a little bit deeper, keep going on with your analysis, and come out of this with something that will truly help a decision maker make a decision. Their first meeting was in July of this year. All of their meetings are online as videos, as well as the presentations. They're worth it, in my opinion. And we spoke at that one. I spoke about kind of our findings from the first study, what we learned in the first study to lead them into the second one, as well as brought up some new wrinkles for the new study. Like the phase 1 study didn't look at nitrate and nitrite very carefully, and those might end up being some of the limiting factors if you were to choose grout versus glass. At this most recent meeting in October, we were asked 2 weeks before the meeting to come and talk. And they gave us an advanced draft of basically the annotated outline of what the technical group is working towards as they try to build this analysis report, and looking for our thoughts on that. So the presentation this time around was a little bit in the weeds. You know, my basic impression was it sure seems like the group is not looking at whether or not to bring grout to Hanford, but more how best to. Because there are 6 different grout alternatives that they're looking at that include both on-site disposal of grout, just like what's done at Savannah River in big vaults or throwing it in the IDF, as well as off-site disposal of grout, which is similar to what the testbed initiative is looking into. They have 1 glass alternative, they keep steam reforming, and they're supposed to look at some additional removal of technetium and iodine, which are kind of, as Steve likes to call them, the doobads in the low activity waste portion. So one of the arguments, or I guess one of the observations I had, was that, you know, the glass alternative doesn't seem to be incorporating some of the new advancements that we've heard about from Al Kruger, who is DOE's glass scientist. And when I have conversations with him, you know, he talks about how we're in striking distance of not even needing supplemental law. And that's before you take into account some additional advancements in, like if you remove some of the refractory bricks from the melter, all of a sudden you can make much larger glass canisters, as just one example. And so I've been pressing the committee, and Pam invited Al to come talk during the first study, but it was right at the end of the study and it was super technical. And my fear is that his point didn't get across. And so I'm pushing them to really talk with him, get his perspective, and let's figure out what's real here. One of the other observations I had, Steve alluded to, which is the fact that we don't really know what our overall waste treatment plant is going to look like, because the agencies are behind a closed door talking in the holistic negotiations. Department of Energy has initiated what they call an analysis of alternatives, which was spurred by the U.S. Army Corps taking a look at their cost estimates and saying, there's no way you're going to finish your waste treatment plant on time or under budget as currently designed. And so they're casting about for a new plan, essentially. And we don't know what that looks like, but neither does the National Academies Group. And they may know a little bit more than us, but we run the risk of being in this information imbalance where the scenarios they're looking at are out of step with what the agencies are actually talking about. And so just calling that out as a potential concern. There's also a big focus in these studies about the cross-site transfer lines, which are how you get waste from one side of the site over on the west over to the east. And they're looking at grout specifically as a way to maybe not need those transfer lines, which makes me wonder, well, what's wrong with those transfer lines? And for one, and for two, what about all the sludge that's going to get left behind in those west tanks? So there's that. Also at the October meeting, Matt Asmussen, who is one of the grout scientists at Pnnl, gave a really great overview of what we know and what we don't and what matters about the new grout and the new grout science that's been done. And I agreed with all the things that he said. They were consistent with my own research. If you're interested in that, please go take a look. The last thing that has been percolating in this study is talk about the drinking water standards. And if you're in the grout IM team within this committee, we talked about it a little bit earlier this year. And if you want to join the grout IM team, please let us know. You're welcome. But there was a paper that came out of Pnnl last year that, and this came out of the National Academy study last time around, that is putting forward the idea that maybe the drinking water standards for technetium and iodine, those two doobads, are too protective, if you can forgive the kind of basic way of putting it. That if you were to update the way in which we calculate dose and risk, the drinking water standards are based on a method from the 50s. Pretty much all the other radiation protection standards are based on new dosimetry. And if you were to update it, you could actually have like 20 times higher iodine in drinking water. And if you've ever looked at the phoenix.pnnl.gov website where it has pictures of all the plumes, there's a huge iodine 129 plume under the Central Plateau. And if you were to change the drinking water standard to what they're saying it could be in this report, that plume would basically disappear overnight. But it also matters because it affects whether or not grout could perform adequately for Hanford. And so it's kind of it's a pretty big deal as far as a policy conversation goes. And they were seeking input from various parties about how we feel about that. EPA has not yet joined the conversation, and I don't know if they will. And we had some pretty significant, I think, technical as well as social policy questions related to all of that. So that's all I've got to say. It does get pretty down in the weeds. Please come join our grout issue manager team because, yeah, we got to figure out what we all think. And I don't want to do it by myself. So thanks.
Right. So we are waiting on Brian Harkins to join us. Pam, you've got your hand up.
Okay, so I'm retired. So there's some bullshit going on here. So this is like the second or third time Congress has given money to the National Academies to study the same goddamn thing. Because I've testified at least twice. And you got some of the same scientists getting paid a bunch of money to participate in this. And Congress tells them that they've got to look at steam reforming and bulk bit, which we proved years ago didn't work for Hanford, and then they direct the committee to hire the Savannah River National Laboratory to do the analysis. Not our people that know what the hell's going on. So this is like a do loop, and it's really frustrating. So I guess you can't not pay attention to it because it's congressionally funded, but I do think it's positive for us to get out in front of what we think are good options. I mean, and the guy from Idaho just kept sitting next to me in these meetings, and I said, dude, when you turn your plant on, we'll have a conversation. Actually, they're turning their plant on. Anyway, that's the retired person's tirade. Thank you for your patience to put up with it, Jeff.
Brian has joined us. I don't know if his hand is up to talk TBI or to weigh on this one before we go to TBI. So Brian, I'll let you speak for yourself.
I was just letting you know I was here.
Okay. All right. Bob, why don't we wrap this piece up and move on to Brian?
Yeah, let me get myself off of mute here. Before we leave the National Academy of Science, one of the points that both Jeff and Steve brought up was kind of feeds into me saying, what actions do we want to take? Do we want to give the National Academy of Science next time they ask Steve to talk or Jeff to speak some of our insights? Do we need to be looking and following what they're doing so we can see how that's going to affect our issue manager group? I know it's going to take a while for this study to come to a head, but are there points and times that we should weigh in with more feelings on our side of what we think ought to happen? Steve, do you have any thoughts from our discussion? If there's anything else we need?
I think, of course, we need the opportunity to know what the options really are. But, I have some of Pam's concerns about these kinds of reviews and the credibility, and we need to be careful to provide our policy perspective and try to not challenge the design of their study. I don't know how you do that, but I think we've got both some issues with establishing our position, but also with the context of how these reviews are done and what their assignment actually is and the way in which they conduct that assignment. So I'm not yet a fan of the study, but somehow we need to keep track of it.
Okay.
All right, I've got Rob. I want to be conscious. I don't know how long we have Brian's time.
Okay.
So Rob, and then I think.
And then we'll get to Brian.
Yeah. Rob.
Rob, you're muted.
Get you off of mute.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I see some, I am frustrated here. I'm frustrated in this stall game that we have, and that's the thing with my note that I sent around to folks here was principally about is this stall game. And it's unless they can come up with an answer to the vitrification question, we're not going to go anywhere. Again, we're not going to go anywhere. And so they've got to answer those questions first. And let's get on. I think the test bed is probably one of the paths forward we need to take. Okay.
Hey, and you said test bed, and we got Brian here to talk to us about the test bed. So I'll let Brian say anything that he wants to start us out with, and then he's here mainly to answer any questions we might have. So, Brian, do you have something to kick us off with?
Sure. Thanks, Bob. And if I could just rephrase a little bit of what you just said, Bob. I'm here to try and answer questions. No guarantees. I'm sure you guys can stump me. So, but I'll do my best. Just to make sure everyone is up to speed on where we're at on the test bed. So the department has put out the draft WIR, waste incidental to reprocessing document for public comment. So it was released November 5th, and it's out for a 90-day comment period. It was published in the Federal Register on November 5th. There's a virtual meeting tomorrow from 1 to 4 for public comments, and then there's opportunities to submit public comments outside of that meeting. The draft WIR proposes to treat up to 2,000 gallons of waste in SY 101, remove the key nuclides, perform offsite grouting of the treated low-level liquid waste, and then dispose of that grouted mix or waste at a commercial licensed disposal facility outside of the state of Washington. So the process that we use for a WIR is that we publish a draft WIR. We evaluate the comments that we receive. We have the NRC that we consult with, and then contingent on being able to address those comments and that come in, then we would publish a WIR determination, and we would move through the rest of the process, which includes the documentation required for NEPA. Then if we're successful through that process, then we will enter into the permit process with the state of Washington to request a demonstration or a research and development demonstration permit under RCRA. So there's still a lot of work. This is just the first real public steps that we're taking. Let's see. The benefits from TBI, just to state them again, are really the information that we gain from this process is to help us make decisions on future waste processes. So it's really to inform us going forward. It will give us, the space, additional space in SY 101, which receives the waste from the 22S lab. So that's a benefit. Our hope is that it will demonstrate a process that could lead to significant cost savings and accelerate the Hanford cleanup mission. We also hope that we can demonstrate the viability of shipping waste from the state of Washington for safe disposal to licensed and permitted commercial facilities. It would address some of the independent recommendations and comments that the Government Accountability Office, National Academy of Science, federally funded Research Development Center, and the Energy Community Alliances have given us. So it hopefully will be a step forward. It's not our #1 priority, so we're focused on DFLAW and getting the BIT plant going. So it means that resources, if there's a shortage of resources, usually what we're talking about is personnel that have to do the work to develop the WIR and process it, go through all those steps. If there's a competition for those resources, DFLAW is going to win every time. So it'll be a slow, methodical process as we move forward, but it is my hope that we'll be successful as we move through the steps to deploy the system. So with that, I'll turn it over to back to you, Bob, for questions.
Got Steve Wigman and Bob too. Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I have a curiosity as to where this leads us, and it really relates to the fact we're removing the doodads and keeping them. Then clean stuff to Texas. Are we at some point thinking we're going to go beyond that and remove some of this material that we don't want here, put it someplace safer?
So recognize that the commercial disposal facilities, Texas is the one you mentioned. There's another one in Utah that could potentially accept this waste, have different waste acceptance criteria than Hanford. And so for the demonstration, we have definitely focused on the offsite disposal. It is just a demonstration. It would be a consideration in the future as to how we might dispose of future waste. But right now, this demonstration is about being able to demonstrate the alternate path of disposing waste outside of the state of Washington. I can't really predict how and where we will be able to take advantage of that if we're successful. But that is the purpose of demonstration. Steve, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but.
Oh, you are. It's moving in the right direction. It's just that, we're treating a lot of waste, this tank site type retrieval, and we're creating a lot of material that
Steve, can you get a little closer to the mic? We're not totally hearing you.
Oh,
there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
You just wanted to look at my spots.
So Steve, I will say it this way: the waste disposal locations in Texas, which is the one I'm more familiar with, the geological formation is far more advantageous than Hanford. Nice. So to me, when you're talking about protecting the river, moving the waste away from the river that far and into a geological repository that basically has a water table, well below. I've heard that waste, that disposal site described as a giant kitty litter box. And I don't mean any disrespect to Texas, but it is a much better geological formation than our sands that we have.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree with that. One other question, but I'm assuming, and maybe you can't really talk about it, but I'm assuming that Perma-Fix would probably be the place where this would be put in a ground mix. And we had once had an opportunity to visit that facility, and then it was canceled. I'm just wondering if that could be rekindled.
At this point, we're still too far away. There's a lot of work to figure out the best path forward. There's the economic side of it. There's the technical side of it. So Steve, at this point, I don't have an answer for you. Sorry.
Thanks, so.
Thanks.
Bob.
Yes, I think you answered most of my questions, same questions that Steve asked. So I'm believing that this is a 2,000 gallon demonstration. And that is as far as you're going to take it. You're going to demonstrate you can grout and move this waste off site. What is the schedule? When does that show that it's going to be completed? The actual demonstration part.
Yeah. So Bob, you're correct. It's up to 2,000 gallons. If we encounter problems, we wouldn't be able to process, the full 2,000, but we can't go beyond the 2,000. That's the limit. So for this demonstration and to process more, we would have to go through the process again. So the limit is 2,000 gallons. It's hard for me to tell you a schedule with any precision right now because we have to go through the different steps. So I'm anticipating that deployment could be as early as, late next summer. But that's, that's the very optimistic schedule of everything has to line up. We have to go through the process. We have to be able to address any concerns. There's several steps that have to happen here. So my best guess would be earliest would be next summer sometime. And that's very early. It may, and that's probably plus or minus 365 days. Well, plus could be extended out another year beyond that. So.
Okay. So if this is all successful, do you have to go through this whole process again to actually keep this as a option for treating some of our low activity waste?
Yes.
So the weir, all that needs to be done on a non-demonstration basis.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, I have Rob and then Dan Solich. Rob?
Yeah, just a quick question. Do you have the equipment already, or is a significant amount of this effort is going to be to get and make equipment to do the grouting?
So we do have the pump and the system in storage. It was already purchased and it's been maintained. The modifications for installing it into the tank still have to be done. So that's part of the schedule for deployment would be to make the field modifications for the tank. But the equipment, the pump itself, the column, everything is in storage on site right now.
And how long? I mean, I guess about how long will it take to get a decision out of DOE which tank to pull it from, or as you already have that all ironed out?
It's already decided. It's tank SY 101. So let me just explain why we focused on SY 101. SY 101 is a tank that has a large amount of liquid in it, not a lot of solids, and there's not a lot of waste added to it on a routine basis. So the lab does transfer liquid waste periodically. What that allows is any solids that are in the tank have settled out, so that the TBI system, while it will filter out solids, it's not designed to handle solids. So what we needed to do was we needed to put the system into a tank where we had a good amount of liquid that we could pump without encountering solids, and one that we had a good understanding of the chemistry of the tank. So SY 101 fit that criteria. The final thing that you should understand is we specifically focused on the west area so that this activity wouldn't in any way hold up the vitrification plant operation. So again, that's our priority. So by working in the west area, we would impact any work activities associated with the start of the vit plant.
I understand. And then the last is that you have then the transporters and the travel path and that kind of activity lined up so you'll be able to meet. I mean, when is this going to get? At what point do you call this demonstration complete? When that truck goes off and we wave goodbye to it and we see its license plate go off in the distance? Is that when this project is complete and we call it success?
When the grouted waste arrives in Texas and is offloaded off the truck there and put into the cell, then we can declare success. At that point, we'll have demonstrated the equipment, the process, the techniques. We'll have demonstrated the shipment. All of those steps will be complete. So
good. Thank you.
Dan Solich.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for the presentation. A couple of questions. Want to just a curiosity perhaps, but in that where that you mentioned, there was a sentence in there saying that the waste treatment plant, the one for the high level waste, was under construction or still under construction. I'm just kind of wondering what that meant. And then the second one is the technical readiness level of the grout that's going to be used in the test bed initiative. Am I clear on this, that this this grout is good enough for offsite for Nevada or Texas, but not good enough for IDF at Hanford? Have I got that right?
Yeah. So to answer your first question, the high-level waste facility has started construction. It's paused right now while they go through the alternatives analysis and activities that are going on. But the plant itself construction was started. So that's what the WEIR's talking about, of the high-level waste. And to answer your second question, so the grout processes and formulations right now are available to at least what we're predicting right now is to easily meet the waste acceptance criteria at Texas. So this should be an easy process to meet the criteria. And part of that is because the criterion is much more favorable there, the waste acceptance criteria, than Hanford. But we have not gone through the analysis to determine whether we would have the same ability to meet the same acceptance criteria here. That's we'll know more when the grouting is done and the testing from this. But that's a complex question. I don't currently have the ability to dispose of this waste on site.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Brian?
Okay. And Brian, tomorrow at 1 o'clock is the webinar WEIR. And I think the link, correct me if I'm wrong, Ruth, but I think the link to that was in our calendar, right? Our events at a glance.
Yeah,
If people want to join.
Josh, did the link go out in last week's update?
Yes, it did go in the ad happenings.
Okay. So I would encourage everybody that wants to learn more about the WEIR for the testbed initiative to log in tomorrow at 1 o'clock and we can see Brian again. And anything else, Brian?
No, just thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you. I appreciate it. So Ruth.
Right. We're about 5 minutes away from committee business, which is looking at the February meeting. Is there
before
such a
we
thing
do
as,
that, you want to open it up to anybody else? Has any other thoughts they want to discuss?
5-minute agenda item? I'll save you my opinion about 5-minute agenda items. There's more information on the WEIR public meeting. Josh just threw that in the chat for those who want to.
Okay. Anybody else? 5-minute topic for the public good that you might want to share?
Just a thought. I was tempted to ask Brian if he could implement our advice that we're considering. I figured that wasn't a good idea, but I would be really curious to have heard the response. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. So Ruth, I I think we're close enough. Let's go for it.
Okay, so your next meeting is in February after the board meeting. So this is,
Wow.
oh, I know, it's tiny print. I'm sorry, Susan. Make this less painful. Slightly less painful. So what I've done is lost my voice. Tried to lay out on one sheet of paper kind of the year that could be based on quarterly meetings. The January to March time frame is a February 9th meeting for you all. You can see we've got a HAB meeting in December and a HAB meeting in March. So far, the list that I've got is the normal open forum committee business last meeting summary. And these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 topics. I will tell you right now, 8 topics typically don't fit in an agenda because the skeleton agenda literally has about 3 blocks for content before you get to open forum and committee business. This is the rough rubric, which is the starting point for building agendas. It can be modified, changed, adjust the time. So this is not about set in stone. It's just the starting place. So looking at these topics, are these the right ones, the high priority ones? This is where you get to pick and choose.
So the second column, is that the one we're looking at?
Right,
The,
so you're looking at the second column.
okay. So I doubt if we're going to have anything from the Grout IM team. So I would move that over to outdate. Test bed initiative. Oh, I didn't ask when they would have the results of the work they're doing now, but I would think that's probably something we move out also. I'd love to hear something about the holistic negotiations, but I don't know when that's going to happen. It would be nice to get a briefing on that, but I guess we would turn that over to Gary and say, hey, if there is something, come brief us on that one.
Bob, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just have one thought on that. I don't know who is on from ecology right now, but it sounds like ecology is able, it's not a fix, but it could be something we request to have ecology brief the tank waste committee on its positions on tank waste treatment and disposal, which might just help us at least see. I don't know that it gives us a window on the holistic negotiations, but it could be helpful potentially. I don't know if that's an option. It's more like a one-sided. I don't know if both sides could say, we can tell you where we stand, but they can't tell us what they're talking about or what the disagreement are. That was my sense from some of the conversations I had, and it seems like that would be helpful. They were willing to do even some kind of public meeting kind of thing to say that, but tank waste might be a good place to start since, anyway, well, it's an idea.
Bob, this is Dan. That's not likely to occur.
Yeah, and this was a conversation we had with David, and so anyway,
I was afraid of that.
Checking or Suzanne, even like the presentation Suzanne gave to the NAS. You could have that at the tank waste committee or a version of that. Like there's a lot of good information in there. I don't know if she's not allowed to share that anymore.
She did a discussion on As Good as Glass, and that was excellent. So if she was willing to come back, that would be great. Also, Jeff mentioned the, Jeff, what his name was?
Lion?
Matt Amuson from Pnnl. He gave a excellent presentation on the, I guess, as Steve would call them, the doodads that are in the materials that you had to take out if you were going to use it as low activity waste. So that'd be another one if we could get Jeff Amuson to come and talk to us too. Because he took us through all the various things that they were working on, basically, and looking at.
Bob, this is Dan again. Your yellowed item that says holistic negotiations, results, and recommendations, that's not likely to happen either.
Even by February?
Not likely.
Oh, okay. So let's move that out some more.
Actually, I think I put it in every.
Okay. And then our advice, I don't think we're going to have a response back by February. That'd be optimistic. So we might move that out also.
Bye. Oh, you mean this? Okay.
Yeah, and that assumes it gets approved by the board and moves on. If it doesn't, then we would have to bring it back and work on it some more.
You know, just a comment here. You're talking about the holistic negotiations. I think the perfect example of not having holistic understandings of the progress of the site was that simple GAO report. Okay, because they didn't consider the increased risk of leaving all the waste in the tanks. I think that holistic to some people means something completely different to other people. We do need a discussion on that.
So what are you proposing? A description of what they're talking about, or?
Well, I think that if, okay, maybe this is completely off base, but holistic negotiations or holistic approach to understanding the site, this is now becoming a value of the board. And so maybe we need to elevate it to include it in our values to consider this. I just think if they simply look at the cost of pre-treat and HLW and the billions of dollars spent and that sort of activity, and they say, okay, stop, we won't go any further now. And they don't consider the fact that you're asking us for 10, 20 more years of waste in the tanks. You know, at least by the time you get through studying what you want to do for your alternative, you might get the plants done. You know, I just I think that the holistic negotiation in me wants to consider all the aspects of the site itself, including the long-term, you know, stabilization, long-term, anyway, cognizant of what's going on. But anyway, my point is we don't know what people want to commit to with holistic negotiations unless we define it.
Okay.
I don't know. Does anybody else feel squishy about the word holistic?
I do. Squishy. That's a good word.
I don't know. Jerry, what do you think?
I would say there's nothing holistic about secretive negotiations in which you don't take any input as to what the scope of public policy concerns are from stakeholders and tribes. You know, there is absolutely zero requirement that records or discussions about, what the scope of discussion is or anything like that, it should be secret. That is something that the state and US DOE have agreed on their own. There's no, they'd love to say, well, it's like, why? Oh, at the advice of legal counsel. Well, you don't work for a private corporation. This is public policy. And if you think that you're going to produce better public policy in secret, you should revisit the history of Hanford.
Yeah.
And I would just add, in the prior rounds, there were briefings and discussions about what the major elements would be in a decade ago in terms of negotiations. So it's not even supported historically about like casting this blanket over them.
Yeah.
I've got some.
Here's Bob.
Oh.
I see.
No, actually, I've got.
I see Estevan.
I've got. Yeah, I missed some. I was editing a document and not looking at the other screen. So I've got Liz, Jacob, Susan. Liz, you go, and I will recreate the list.
Sorry. Okay. Apologies. I have a 7-year-old very interested in icing on a cupcake. Who may interrupt me again. What was I going to say? It was when I was reading last year's EM 10-year vision report, and there was a reference to high-level glass or high-level waste. Bob was asking questions about it. I don't know if it came up today and I just missed it, but I don't know if there's a report or I don't know if it would be a briefing, what they're looking at around high-level waste treatment options. But since we're doing some I feel like because vision's on the table and there are closed door conversations, I don't know if that would be something that could be discussed. Just what does that mean to be looking at other high-level waste treatment options?
And can I respond to that?
Please jump in.
Rob at a previous meeting brought that up too. The high-level waste is one of the key things that are still going to be left out there. And what Liz is talking about is the 10-year EM plan. And there's a sentence in there, which she found, that says EM is preparing an analysis of alternatives for high-level waste treatment to develop a realistic and achievable path forward for treating the high-level waste fraction of Hanford's tank waste. And that's the only thing we know about it. And I think we ought to ask, find out more what's going on in this analysis.
Bob,
it's part of their 10-year plan.
Bob, I vaguely remember Brian Vance mentioning that during the presentation when he gave us a presentation at the board meeting last.
Okay. He still didn't go in enough
no, he didn't go into any detail. It was kind of like a flyby.
Yeah. Well, let's get that fly to land and ask it some questions.
Last time I talked to him about this, they weren't ready to share anything.
Let's put it on the list and keep asking.
And he couldn't share anything.
Well, it basically came out in the GAO report of May 2020 that they offered 22 different steps for AOA, which is analysis of alternatives. And by looking at that AOA, first of all, the qualifications of the individuals of this team are going to be very impressive. But they talk about running tests. They talk about things that aren't more than just studies in the AOA. They're actually crafting data, 22 different steps. And at the end, they only offer a recommendation to whoever's going to make the final decision. Any bureaucracy with 22 different steps in it, is that the 10 years it's going to take? Is that what it is? The AOA is going to be 10 years from now?
Yeah, unfortunately, we only got 2 minutes.
I'm sorry.
And I've got Jacob and Esteban waiting to jump in. And
I'm sorry. I'll pan out here. I just that report, the GAO report is important. People should look at it.
Yeah, this is Jacob Reynolds. Can I jump in? The sense I get is there's a lot of frustration over these holistic negotiations. My question is, do we need an issue management team related to them? So I'll tell you, my frustration is that we get told we should prepare policy that's actionable 3 to 5 years out, but then they won't tell us the things they're negotiating that are important 3 to 5 years out. And, you know, it seems like we ought to have a little bit more involvement. And my question is, should we have an issue management team related to them?
How would they get any data?
You know, this would be more along the lines of letting those parties know that perhaps all or some or all aspects of that should be discussed. If they're policy related, they should be talking to us, since we represent a various number of groups in the public. If they're policy related, I mean, that's the advice I would want to write. If they're policy related, they should be running those by us and not saying we've had all these negotiations and now we've come to this decision and it's set in stone and it's really hard for you to change it. I mean, that's what I think. But perhaps we form this team and we never get anywhere. At least we would explore all of our feelings about what we can do. That's just a thought.
It is an important policy point if, you know, we're randomly excluded from this and we have value to add. If the system doesn't allow it, it's a policy piece of advice to say that's not good policy.
Okay. I think that might be something I will take to the EIC, because it's a higher level than just tank waste. So, okay. I made a note.
We need to check in with Esteban before we wrap this up. We're now in overtime.
Okay.
Esteban.
Yeah, so like I said, there's this thing called common sense and then self-awareness. And I think like what Pam said about the scientists, and believe me, if we let scientists, no offense, I know we got a lot of them on here, test stuff out, and the policy wonks work in secret rooms, nothing's going to get done. So I had heard about grudge, that there's some things that we're already willing to work on and to get some stuff getting done. So I think to just focus on that. And I think there's people mention it, that, you know, the tough talks need to happen. What are you doing? And the steps. And like, I think like Bob is like, yeah. So how do we put the resources at work? And more than anything, you know, how is this, you know, all this policies instead of in secret rooms, get policy, you know, since we are the groups to talk to, that they need to be talking to us and seeing what the resources are at hand that are available to you know, to get working on this. That's all, I guess.
So Ruth, this list we'll give to Gary and see what he can come up with out of it. But on the next one down, that TSCR update, I know that's past its readiness review, but I would also, if you would type in right after TSCR update, the first smelter we learned today that it's getting ready to start up. So as that, yeah, combine it with the one above it.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a lot of activities going on, and they ought, I know they'll be happy to come and tell us of all their successes. And then from yesterday, and this list is way more than we can handle, but we'll see which ones are ready for prime time. From yesterday, I understand we're also going to elect new leadership on that in May also. Okay, so I would invite anybody that really wants to chair this committee or be the vice chair to submit their names to Josh and Ruth. You can self-select, or you can grab somebody else and try to wrestle them into doing this job. So, are we going to do that election in February? Is that the plan?
Yes,
Okay.
because if you don't do it in February, you're doing it in April.
Okay.
Which is a little
Good.
later than the average chair.
So we're out of time. Wow, what a great meeting. We got the advice through. I think we're going to need a gang of 6 meeting, Ruth, to go through what Gary Younger might come up with as presentations and try to put the agenda together.
And that is late January. There's not enough turnaround time between January 25th and February 9th for Gary to run his magic through DC and his 22 steps.
Okay, whatever works for you guys, we can fit it in. I see Gary there.
Yeah,
Gonna give us.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll check to see what's timely during the springtime and see what we can bring to you.
Okay, good.
Which
Anything
is basically
else?
what Ruth said.
Anything else for the good of the order?
Congratulations to the new members. You have just survived gate 2 of the draft advice development process.
And if you found being on the Tank Waste Committee was interesting, let Ruth or Josh know and they'll put you on the list. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Great meeting. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks all.